Welcome all to Biotic Vessels V1.0 with Ayoub, who will be showing us about conceptual and futuristic vehicular design focused on modeling techniques in Cinema 4D. And this webinar is recorded, and afterwards you'll get an email for recording. So let me introduce Ayoub, who is a member at Zenmorphine and is now, we have to update your bio.
Yeah.
We talked yesterday, who's now at ACOM. So Ayoub is a Dubai-based architect and computational designer interested in complex geometries, generative design, and exploring the ability to connect various design workflows with computational strategies and parametric modeling in order to facilitate design projects' complexities. He's an accomplished and solutions-oriented architect with hands-on experience designing buildings and landscapes. Ayoub specializes in identifying and resolving technical design problems by utilizing established standards, computational design methodologies, and BIM technologies. Ayoub's favorite software of choice is Cinema 4D, his primary tool in which his designs come to life. So without further ado, we'll hand it over to you, Ayoub. Before that, just want to say for everyone that's here, please, if you're going to chat in the chat, make sure you switch it to everyone. And if you have any questions during the webinar, please ask it with the Q&A button, as it's easier to keep track of. So if you see where all the buttons, all your Zoom buttons are, there's one that says Q&A. And if you click that, it will open up where you can ask questions for Ayoub. So yeah, and just a reminder that not everyone learns at the same pace. So if you feel like you can't keep up, feel free to just sit back, relax and watch, and go back to the recording later as needed. So yeah, give it over to you, Ayoub. If you want to share your screen, we can just make sure that's working, and
yep. Let me share my
screen. And I'll be here in the background.
Sure. So let me make sure to share everything, because first time we shared only one tab and it goes to problem. Okay. Thank you so much, Mike, for the introduction. I'm gonna go. First of all, thank you for letting me be here. It's always a pleasure to be with Design Morphine. It's been a while since the first webinar. And I'm super excited for today's webinar. So let me do a quick presentation, and then we're gonna jump to our first exercise. So my name is Ayoub Ahmad. I'm an architect, and I'm based in UAE. Through the past few years, I've worked as an architect under design offices in Dubai. Then I worked on my own as an independent designer when I had a chance to go through different range of scales of projects, from product design to architecture, jewelry design, and sport equipment stuff. And it was actually cool. And here I'm sharing some of my work. Unfortunately, we cannot share yet the commercial projects. Hopefully soon we'll be able to. And the connections between all these different type of projects or different fields was, for me, in my case, let's say the parametric aesthetics and computational design tools, which allowed us to kind of work on these various fields of design. And the clients, in my case, were interested in the aesthetics of the parametric design, as these patterns and transitions that we all know and love. Recently, I've joined the ACOM design team in the Middle East, and we're back to real life things, and cost and construction and all these limitations that we face in our projects. So I'm trying to keep up the explorations and conceptual explorations to keep up the creativity. And today we are focusing on the, let's say, automotive conceptual design. So I'm sharing here some of my previous work. Those are some old projects done as design competitions, and those are some recent projects that has been done also. This is the HV, there's a problem in naming. This is the HV001, and this is the Metaboat 001. This one was a design competition, and the Metaboat was a personal project. Today in Biotic vessels, we are going to explore 3 new projects I've added, and we're gonna do that using Cinema 4D. First, we're gonna do a quick introduction to Cinema 4D viewport. So if there's anyone new to Cinema, you should come you should be able to keep up with the webinar. And if we are going fast, just take a rest, watch, and then you can go back to the recordings and do it on your own time. Our first exercise will be Hover V1, which is this vehicle here. It's a conceptual hovercraft, and in this example, we're going to be using mainly polygon mesh modeling, hard surface modeling, and we're going to see how we can create these type of responsive skins with these transitions, and this could be applied to any field of design, whether it's architecture or product or whatever. We're going to see also how we can animate this stuff. It's pretty easy inside Cinema. And our next exercise will be the linearless hovercraft, and this will take us a step further in the hard surface modeling, where we can explore the geometry modeling in a more like a free way, and see how we can achieve this kind of a complex geometries and surfaces. Again, these all are concepts, and I'm not an automotive designer, so if there might be a comment in the aerodynamics and wind and this stuff. So yeah, I know, but let's see how we can, it's more focused on how we can achieve these geometries, and you can apply it to your own projects. And our last, we also gonna see how we can create this kind of wireframe animation. It's pretty simple. And our last exercise will be focusing on using volume modeling tools inside Cinema 4D. So we're going to be producing these kind of generative designs that could be produced only by following a procedural workflow. We cannot model this stuff by hand. And hopefully we'll be able to cover everything. And yeah, let's jump to Cinema and start. If there's any question, guys, drop us the questions in the Q&A sections, and we're gonna reply. So I'll turn off this. Okay, so let's jump to Cinema. I have the 2023 version. If you have an older version or more recent update, it's not a big deal. We have all the tools the same, but hopefully you guys all have after R26, because there is some changes after R26 happened to the viewport. So let's say we open Cinema for the first time. You're gonna see those yellow icons here, and these because it's highlighting the new features that comes with this version. So we either can keep it or we can turn it off. And if we want to turn it off, we're gonna go to Edit, Preferences, Viewport, okay, Interface, sorry. Okay, and then highlight features and turn it off, and that will go. For me, I'll keep it. And the next thing we want to do in the settings before we start is to go to memory. We're going to increase the undo depth to something like 200. So we can do Control Z many times. 30 is quite low number. Again, this depends on your RAM. If you don't have a lot of RAM, keep it low. One more important thing is to go to Files and enable autosave. And this is very important because let's first put every like 10 minutes and copies up to you. I'll use 2, but this is very important because in Cinema, most of the time, if you are working on a large project and you click save, and for some reason Cinema 4D crashed or the PC crashed, you will lose the file and there's no way to recover it. It happened, I learned it the hard way, and it's very painful. So be careful and enable the autosave. Now let's jump to the viewport. First thing, we're gonna go here, click on this cube, hover over this cube while holding the mouse and release, and that will give us this cube in the viewport. Now notice that in this area here, we have the project manager where we're gonna see every single item in our scene. Like for now, we have this cube here. Over here, we have the attribute manager where we can adjust the settings for each selected item here. So if I drop a sphere, for example, now it's inside the cube. Let's move it out. We have both of them in the object, in the project manager. And under the attribute manager, we have each item parameters. Now, both of these items are parametric items, so we can still adjust the dimensions of the cube, the segments, but notice that we don't see the segments right now. And that's because if we go to the display, we are on the road shading mode. We're going to switch to the next one where we're going to see road shading lines, which will show us the edges. And notice that beside each item, there is a shortcut to it. We're going to be using shortcuts today. So if you see this change, it's because I'm pressing NA and NB as a shortcuts. Now, to move around these objects, we have to click and hold Alt key on the keyboard with the left mouse button, and that's for orbiting around the object. To pan, we're gonna hold Alt and the middle mouse button to move around, and Alt and right mouse button to zoom in and zoom out. So most of the time, you're gonna press Alt on the keyboard, or you can have a mouse like me with an extra button and programmable one, and put the Alt on the mouse so you can use only one hand to move. And this can be super fast for working in any software. So, all right. Now to switch between the viewports, we need to just click on the middle mouse button, and that will take us out of the viewport. Then we hover over which one we want and click the middle mouse button again, and it will drop us in that view. All right, now I'm selecting the cube. And over here, if we take a look, we can see that we have these icons for the object or the model, the whole model, the polygons, edges, and points. Under the model, we can select the whole model if we clicked on, and that is selecting it in the project manager as well. If I move to polygons and I want to select the polygons, we can't, and that's because our object here is still a parametric object. In order to be able to edit, we need to right-click and choose Make Editable, or click C on the keyboard. So let's select and click C on the keyboard. And that will allow us to now select the faces, edges, or points. Now, if we select this edge, we can see that the gumball or the axis is following the selection. In order to change that, we can click over this icon or press W on the keyboard, and that will switch between world coordinates and object coordinates or selection. Before jumping to this part here, let's go back to the object, the attribute manager. Let's select this cube and see the basic tab. So in the basic tab, we usually don't use this so much, but if we take a look here to the viewport visibility and render visibility, we can see default, by default, it's on. We have on and off. And notice also these two dots here. So for the viewport visibility, if it's on, we can see that it's green. If it's on in the render, it's also green here, off, red, red. And in this case, we can either switch between those to hide our item from the viewport, because later we will have multiple objects and we want to hide some. We can either do it here, or we can simply click on these dots here to switch. So the first one for the viewport, the second one for the render. This is off in the viewport, but it's still on. If we run the render, we're going to see the object, and this is the opposite. Now back to the faces. Okay, let's select everything by clicking Ctrl-Alt. And now we want to switch between, like, we basically are on the move. If we want to switch to rotate and scale, we're going to place T on the keyboard for scale, R for rotate. If we click T for the scale, we can scale on one axis by selecting it like this, or by clicking in this area here, flat area, without selecting anything, and it will scale 3D. Now, if we take a look at these axes here, we can actually lock them and unlock them, and that's can help us in this case. For example, we lock the Y scale, and it will automatically scale only on the Z and the X. Those are similar to scale 1D, 2D, 3D inside Rhino. Now, okay, another thing to cover here, right? Okay, I think this is good. We're gonna, if there's something missing, we're gonna go over it while we are working, and we're gonna cover it as well. We don't want to spend a lot of time here. Here we have the icons for the render settings. We're gonna come back to them again once we start rendering. We're gonna do some quick renders today. Here we have the material manager where we can see the materials. Previously it was down here. Now it's here. We can switch it on and off and add the material. I just double click here so it drop a new material. We can apply the material by dropping it on the object in the viewport, or by dropping it in the object in the project manager. And notice that we now have this icon, and those small icons beside each object called tags. So in this case, if I want to remove this material, let's make it quickly red. If I want to remove it, I can select this tag and delete. That will keep the material in the material manager, but it will be, the object will be without the material. Clean again. All right, now next thing is to take a look at what are these different colors here. And in Cinema, we have a different set of icons or tools, each with different unique color, and that specify some of its properties, which is helpful and quite cool. So if we click and hold on these green icons, we can see that those are the modifiers like subdivision or symmetry, or we're gonna go over them today, but we know the subdivision surface. And if I want, for example, I have this cube and I want to subdivide this cube, I have to click, hold, drop the subdivision surface, and it will drop it as a separate item here. And then we have to put our object inside underneath these modifiers. So the object goes underneath these modifiers for the green modifiers in order to be activated on this object. We can either do this, or we can, let's delete this one. While we are selecting our object, we can hold Alt on the keyboard and drop this, and that will automatically apply to the object that are selected while holding Alt. Now, coming to these purple icons, those are the deformers, like twisting the object, bending object, smoothing, morphing. Also, we're gonna cover them, most of them, but those purple color icons works in a different way. So let's say we want to twist this cube, right? Let's disable the subdivision. We can disable any object by clicking on this green icon. And we want to twist this cube. In order to activate those deformers, they should be the child of the object. So in this case, the twist under the cube, and under the attribute manager, we go to the object, angle, increase the angle, and that will apply the effect. Notice that when we select the twist, it's not on the same size of the object. Because it's a separate object here, we can scale it down and up. And to have the effect going perfectly around the cube, we need to click on the twist, attribute manager, and then we choose fit to parent, and that, as we can see, will fit the deformer to its parent perfectly. Now we can play with the angle and it will give us the effect. Scaling the twist up and down, it also could be helpful to give us different results that can give very unique shapes that it's not achievable usually. So this is also something to keep in mind, that it's not a bad thing, that we can scale the twist and move it around. All right, now going to these pink stuff. These are the fields inside Cinema 4D, and those act like the attractors inside if someone works with Grasshopper or any software basically. And this goes with any object or any item that has the field option under the attribute manager. So we can drop, let's say, going to this one, choose sphere field. Notice that while the twist is selected, it's automatically applied to twist without pressing and holding Alt. If we go to twist, you can see that this sphere is under the field. We can either keep it here or drop it under the twist, so we don't get lost later that this is used just for the twist. Going back to twist fields, we can see it here. Now, if we move this field and scale it up, we can see that whenever this field is touching the twist deformer, it's starting to apply the effect. And those, we're going to use them so much today. So we're going to stop here for this one. I'm going to select everything and delete. Now, let's talk a little bit about the selection. We're going to click and hover here to the plane, draw a plane, and then we're going to convert it to editable. And as we said, we can now select the edges, points, or faces. Let's say we need the edges. We can either select one by one, or we can press 9 on the keyboard, the number 9, and that will give us the selection tools that we see here. Brush selection. This brush can be scaled up and down by pressing and holding the middle mouse button, and that will give us larger area of selection. And this goes live. It's a live selection, so we can select anything like this with it. We can also choose the rectangle selection. We know we know this from every software, but yeah, in Cinema 4D it goes the same both from right to left and from left to right. This is different in some other softwares. So now let's go back, press 9, select some edges, and say I want to save this selection for later. I wanna keep it. In order to do that, we can go to Select tab. So basically, whatever we see here, it's a summarized version of the tools that are in these tabs right here. If we go to Select, we can see that we have something called Store Selection. But the problem that there's no shortcut for this. We can assign shortcut, or we can drag it and put it here to use it later. And we're gonna use those stuff today, so let's do it right now. If we click and drag, it won't work from here. So to locate these two, we're gonna press Shift-C on the keyboard, and that will give us this search toolbar, where we can type this, the tool we want, Store Selection. From here, we can now drag it and drop it here. But I took the wrong one. This is from the nodes. We need to Store Selection from the mesh here, mesh splines. I'll be careful with this stuff. Okay, so now let's select back those and click on Store Selection. Notice that we now have a new tag, which is the selections that we did. So if I deselect everything and double click again on this tag, it will give me my selection. And this goes for points as well, and for faces. And we have different icons for each one. Now, another thing we need to use is, let me select everything, Control A, go back to the Select tab and choose Shrink Selection. There is a shortcut, and that will shrink the selection. We're also going to use that. Now it looks simple, but for more complex meshes, it will be very helpful. So let's add as well Shrink Selection. Again, not this one, this one. And Grow Selection. So this will shrink, this will grow, and we're going to see why we need them later. So now, if I close Cinema 4D and open again, I won't see those items. It will be gone. In order to save them, we need to add a new layout. We either save as a startup layout, or we do save layout as. I already have a standard plus. So if we do standard ++ and save, I'm going to see it here. And this will be there whenever we open Cinema 4D again. So you can add whatever tools you like here, and you use the most in order to speed up your workflow. All right, so I think we can jump to our first exercise if there is no question related to the viewport. And I think we can go there. So for our first exercise, we're gonna be doing, let's go here. So we're gonna be modeling the basic model for the vehicle. As we can see here, we have something like the wheels. In our example, we're not going to be adding the wheels. It was intended to add wheels, but changed at the last step to hovercraft. So We're going to be modeling the basic shape of the vehicle. We're going to be also working on these skins. We have 4 separate skins, and we're going to go through all these different tools that we've mentioned. In order to start with this, I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to go to the top view, and I started by a simple sketch here. We can either grab and drop this image here, or if we want to do it the right way, because there's an issue. If you drop it, you won't be able to select it. So it might be very confusing. In order to locate where is this, we're going to press Alt-V on the keyboard, and that will give us this menu in the attribute manager. We will go to the back tab. Okay, I don't know, it's okay. I don't know why it's glitching. Right, so if we select the back, we can see that this is the location of our image, and we have now ability to change its location. I need it to be on the center as much as possible, so let's drag it here. You can also make it more transparent. We can change the scale. Now let's keep it like this. And to start with this one, we're going to drop a sample box. We're going to convert it to editable. We can either stay here or go to 3D, but we'll stay here now so we can see it, because this image won't show in other viewports, in this case, only in the top viewport. So let's select everything by Ctrl A, press T on the keyboard. Let's scale it like this, like this. And in this case, there's no exact right thing to do. We are doing it from scratch, so we might have the same result, we might have some different result, but the point is to break down the process so you can apply it to your own projects. And at the end, I'm going to be sharing the initial base meshes for these projects. So if you want, you can go back to them and see and follow the geometry. So right now we have this sample box, and it's editable. We can edit its faces. Now I want to add some segments to it, or edges, but we're no longer able to add them in the attribute manager because this is now an editable mesh. So we're going to add them manually. And in order to do that, we're going to click on the keyboard ML. And ML, it's a loop selection or loop cut, sorry. And in order to find these tools, we can right click in any area here. And we see the list of modeling tools that we can have for our object. So I'm going to select, most of the time I'm going to be using shortcuts, but we're going to locate them as well here. So loop, path cut, and that will allow us, as you can see, to add these loop cuts to our object. Now the mesh should have a clean topology in order to be able to apply this loop perfectly. Now it's a simple object, so it's applicable. If we click anywhere, we can see that we have now this icon on this slider. Okay, importing the image again. Okay. Yeah, sure, we're gonna import it again. Let's hide this cube right now. So we're gonna hide it by clicking 1 time, 2 times, and now it's hidden in the viewport, but it's still here. Going back to importing the image quickly. Right, so we're gonna press Alt-V and V. So we can either drop the image in the top view, and that will put it here, but we are not able to select it. So in order to bring these tab here, we have to press Alt V on the keyboard. It's a shortcut, Alt plus V. So we can see right now this tabs for the project, and we can go to the back tab. So if we click on back, we still need to click in the viewport here to activate this area. Now we can see the path of the image that we wrote. So let's delete it. It will be gone. And press again here. And now you can go back and locate the image from anywhere you want if you prefer this this way. Now we have the image. It saves the previous location, but we can move it on the X and Y. I don't know why there's no Control Z for those items here. So every time you need to change, you cannot go back. And here we can change the transparency and the scale. So now we're gonna show back our cube. And again, press ML on the keyboard or go to the loop path cut. And now I want to add these loops or cuts to help me shape the object. So notice that once you click, you'll have this slider here where you can now adjust it or type the exact number you want. This could be very helpful, but in our case, not really in this case. But if you click before pressing space, I'm pressing space in order to eliminate the command. So before pressing space, you can now press this minus and then plus again, and that will put it in the exact center. And you can keep adding, and that will give us equal spaces in this case. I'll go back. In my case, I don't care that much. I'll put them in the top view by hand. I need something like this. I know that I need one in the exact center on this side, and we're gonna see why. And then I need, let's say 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, when working with cars, this is the traditional way, or vehicles, is to work on symmetry. We don't model each side alone. So that's why I put this line in the exact center, because I want to select those faces here, all of them, and delete them. But it's not selecting all faces, it's selecting only what's contained in the rectangle. And in order to select everything that this rectangle tool touches, we need to activate the tolerance selection. So notice that when we switch from 9 to 0, from the brush selection to rectangle selection, every time we're having new parameters in the attribute manager so we can change. So let's click 0 for the rectangle selection over here. And then we're gonna click on tolerance selection. And now everything touches this rectangle selection will be selected. I'm gonna make sure here and then delete. So now I have one side. We're gonna go to these tools and choose symmetry, drop it, and drop this cube underneath it. And click on the symmetry. So we have the different attributes. Now this is new. It was different in the previous Cinema 4D versions. It has some enhancements. And now we can select, as we can see, whether we need this symmetry to be activated on the X, Y, or Z. In our case, it's on Right, okay, it's cool because it's showing us the color. It's on the Z, the blue one. So the plan will be perpendicular to the axis, in this case, the Z axis. So we have the other side. Now, going back to the cube, under the symmetry, if we go to, sorry, this zoom toolbar, it's hiding the tools. 1 second. Put it here. So now if we click on the cube, let's call it the body of the car. Select it, let's go to the points. And now if we select this point and move it, we can see that it's moving in the other side as well. There is a new tool here that can it's glitching. I recently formatted my PC. Hopefully we won't have any crashes. Okay, so now we can adjust the points and that will be applied to the other side. We're gonna come back to this tool again, but we cannot use it. We're not gonna use it in this exercise. This could be helpful for the human modeling. I'm gonna jump into it later quickly. This is a newly added tool. So now we can start moving these points in order to shape our geometry. I'm following the initial sketch. You can follow your sketch. You can follow your image that could be generated by AI or anything. It's important to know how to be able to represent our designs in 3D. So now it's nothing gonna happen yet, but we're gonna drop the symmetry under a subdivision because eventually we're gonna subdivide our geometry in order to see the hard surface result. So if I now select the body and click Q on the keyboard, notice that it will turn on and off the upper object of the geometry. So instead of turning off and on by your hand, you might press Q on the keyboard. Okay, so now let's take this here, this here. Now I know that I need 2 lines close to each others in order to have a hard edge there. And we're gonna see that once we start moving on the y-axis. Now we are moving what's up and down, which is cool. Then we're gonna push this one. Let's move it here. Let's push these 2 inside. This one a little bit up. Now, to be clear, the result might be not the same because I don't recall the exact moves I did in the example we have, which is both cool and scary at the same time. We're gonna talk about this problem we're having right now here. But we can start to see that the mesh is responding to, sorry. Notice these mesh typology when we are making them closer. They are increasing in this area, that what will produce hard edges once we start moving up. So now we have an ugly shape. If we take a look at this front side, let's switch to surface, press 9, turn off the subdivision, and let's see what's going to happen if we take those up. deselect these two and gradually push them up. If we activate now the subdivision, we can see. Now let's do some let's select points, lower points, and grab these points down. Push this like this. And now we can start seeing something, right? Now let's select these two, push them up. I'm gonna leave these two here. I'm gonna see why. Now, the reason why we are having this color here, it's wrong normal. It's because these, let's select this surface here. This surface is confusing the software because this is wrong. This point should be outside this polygon in order to form a correct polygon with 4 edges. And if we want to have it correct with this topology, we need to add a segment between this point and this point. But now we don't care that much because once we apply the subdivision, it's not causing drastic problems. So we can now ignore it a little bit. We're gonna come back to it later. Now let's select, we can either select those two surfaces and push them down. Yeah, this is actually annoying. Let's push these up outside. So we either select the points or select the faces. Now let's take a look what we have. Okay. Let's be a little bit more aggressive. Again, there's no specific value. Make sure to not change these points because that will make problems. And if accidentally we move these points, we can set them back to the exact line center or axis, in this case the z-axis, by selecting the points. Let's turn off the symmetry and the subdivision. We can select all these points at the edge that we know it should be at the exact 0. We can do right click and choose set point value. And we're gonna use set point value a lot in this type of modeling. And then we will have under the attribute manager these options. We know that we need it to be set on the Z, and for the X and the Y will be leave it. So set on the Z, coordinate system is the world, otherwise it won't snap, and then we hit apply. And as we can see, it goes back to the exact 0. Space to switch between, to go back to the last tool we were using, which is in this case, the rectangle selection. Okay, so let's do some quick adjustment to have the shape we want. I'm scaling in this case. I know I still need one line in this direction, so I'm pressing NL on the keyboard. Let's add one here. And that's because I want to push these up. We don't need to add wheels in this area, in this case. It still looks ugly, but we kind of have the initial lines. Now, let's go to the side and see. This is going up too much. Let's keep it down. Right. Now on the back side, the lower side, let's select those edges and push them in. It doesn't have to follow the upper side. So if I want to make these edges straight, we can press on T for the scale and scale them all on the Z axis or whatever we want. And by pressing Shift while we are scaling, notice that it's changing 5, 5, 5, 5 every time. So we can snap to exact 0, and that will give us a straight line. Or let's go back. Okay, it's stuck. Okay, let's go back, right click, and then we can use flatten this here. Again, there's no shortcut for this one. And then click anywhere and drag. Okay, it's not working because it works better with the surfaces, I guess. Sometimes it works, sometimes it not, because it's already flattened. Then there is another tool, which is straighten edges, and this should work. And the maximum 100 is basically the same result that we got from scaling them while pressing 0, but not following the axis. In this case, we are following the Z axis. In that case, we are approximately make them straight based on the average angle of the whole edges. So that's not so important, not very important in this case for this design. Let's push this a little bit in, and let's do these two, push them up. Make sure that they are there. Okay, so notice that after subdividing the base shape, we're having everything as a straight, almost straight lines in this direction. In the other direction, it's following the topology. In this direction, it's boring and straight. In this exercise, and in any situation, it's good to pay attention to the topology of the initial mesh, because it will affect, in this case, our pattern that we are producing from the mesh. So if we move this one here and apply the subdivision, you can see that these lines are start changing. But if I wanna move it without losing its location on these two surfaces, instead of using the gumball or the axis, we can right click and choose it's MO, yeah, so slide, or press MO on the keyboard. So slide will slide this edge on these two surfaces, and this is super handy. So let's slide these two edges back and apply the subdivision, and here we can start seeing these okay, this effect that we see here, that all these patterns are moving towards that area here, getting smaller, and that's because we drag these two lines on the base mesh. That will cost us that we need to pay attention to the whole geometry. And we might need to push those as well, while maintaining these smoothness for the glass, let's say. So in this case, it's still, now you can have your own sketches for the side as well and follow it exactly. We are here more focusing on the initial idea and the pattern thing. Okay, so now as we can see, we have the pattern following. I'm not sure why it's not getting smooth. That might be because we need to weld these points. Okay, so we are having these hard edges here because these 2 points from each side are separated. But if we go to the symmetry and then go to weld and say on, you can see now that these 2 points are now 1 point and we're having these smooth edges. So in order to stay on the track and save time, let's do some quick changes to have the initial geometry because, okay. We're still gonna work on the front and the back, but I'm having a problem right now because my mouse is working in reverse. Sometimes this happens, and good that it happened right now to talk about this problem. So I'm dragging up, it's going in reverse. You might not notice, but it's so annoying. So I cannot continue like this. If this happened with you, you need to go to, I think, view, and then choose frame all. And that should solve the problem. And sometimes it stick there. So I'm gonna solve it right now by grabbing a camera. So, and looking through the camera. And that fixes it for me for now. Ignore the camera. This is just do not waste time on that problem. Usually it gets solved with frame all, but I'm not sure why it's not working right now. So this is just for me to continue. All right. Let's have some spaces here for the front panels. And it's always nice to have this angry front like this. Okay, I guess if we selected these surfaces and right click and choose flatten in this case, yeah, now flatten is working for the surfaces. We tried on curves and it didn't work. All right, this is like this. Now notice that we are not following the sketch in this area. So let's hide this and move these points, follow more. The more time you spend, the more pleasing result you get. We're gonna stick to this one for now. And if we want to have, let's say, hard edges around these corners, how are we gonna do that? We're gonna press ML and we're gonna add segments. So if we add the segment on this corner here, and then activated the subdivision, we can see that it's giving us these hard edge. But notice that we have extra edges because of that. So now we have more edges or more segments or more polygons in this area. And the more we have these lines, the more we will have these polygons that will affect our initial pattern. So how we can get these hard edges without adding polygons is by selecting the edges we want to make them harder and press MR on the keyboard, or go to, I hope it's here. I don't know its location. I know only the shortcut. Here, it's MR, weight subdivision surface. And this is the same as crease in let's say in Maya or any other software. It's called creasing the edges. So how it works, we can either set a number here and click set, or we can activate the subdivision. We're selecting the edge and we are on the MR, and then we can click and slide. So that will show us the result in live, instead of setting a number that we are not sure about. So we can either do this, or set the number, let's say 70, and then click set, and that will give us this hard edge. And notice that we now have a new tag, which is the subdivision tag that shows us where it's occurring on these surfaces. And it's cool, because we can delete it anytime and goes back to our initial shape. So let's add some hard edges. Press MR. In this case, I pressed space, so I went back to our previous command, and let's make them a little bit harder. Now, I'm gonna turn off the subdivision surface. I'm gonna select those surfaces. And now we need to get these shapes that's going inside. So we're gonna select those surfaces and press MW on the keyboard, or choose inset. Right click and choose inset, and then click and drag, and that will give us these inset for these selected surfaces. So now it's set to preserve groups. That's why it's giving us, it's considering all these selection as one group. If we turn it off, it will scale each one alone. So let's keep preserve groups, and we need another one, and push inside. Apply the subdivision, and we have now this shape. Of course, we have this error here, and that's because we need to clean it on this area. So let's select those surfaces and delete. And we're gonna do the set point value again. And let's first do the same for this side here. MW, scale down, one more, and then I'm pushing them down. We can do another command. We can do MW, scale it down once, and then press MT, which is extrude, and then extrude it down. And that will goes not on the axis, it will goes towards the average normals directions. Let's keep it that way. It's not a big deal. And let's delete those surfaces. Again, we need to select the points on the edges. We can either go to the top, select them, or we can go to select and choose. Okay, no. It works with edges only inside Cinema. Unfortunately. Okay, so let's select these points manually. only on the edge. I know there is a point here. I cannot select from here. In this case, I can use the tolerance selection and it will select it. I'm switching between 9 and 0. And now let's just make sure only is the edge selected. And then set point value. And that will bring them back. Now I have these inner shapes. And we can modify it a little bit. Because it's so hard. Either by dragging the edge or the point. Again too much. Let's bring it back quickly. And again, you can spend a lot of time adjusting these points to get the result you want, but we are almost like having the same result. There is some changes need to be made here. Now, notice that while I'm applying the subdivision and the symmetry, I can still select the object and see these kind of a cage of the mesh where we can select the initial low poly points, which is very helpful. So now I can change them without turning on and off the modifier. Feel free to do your optimal proportions. We can stop here for the initial shape. I think we're good. And let's jump to the next step, which is separating these shape and getting out our patterns. Do you guys agree that this is not bad? Hopefully. So, all right, now, it needs a little bit of, I don't want to activate my OCD right now and start working on this one. We need to continue. So this is fine. And let's turn off the subdivision surface for a while and do some quick stuff here. Now activate again. Okay. Now for me, all these areas are good. Let's just add a small hard edge here, MR on the keyboard, and increase like this. A little bit here as well. Okay. In our exercise, we have one thing more, which is this gap here, and this could be achieved by splitting or this joining these edges here. So let's select these edges and press MD on the keyboard, or here, no, not extrude, sorry. UD, not MD. I usually do not use this. Oh, sorry, here, UD, disconnect. So I usually only press UD, and to see it working, let's apply the subdivision. It's still selected, and I'm gonna press UD, or let's press disconnect. And now you can see that it's separated here, and it's pretty simple. If we turn off the subdivision, we won't be able to select one edge because they are exactly on top of each other. So in this case, I'm gonna switch to surfaces, select these two, and push them a little bit up. So now I can select these separate edges. Notice that there is an issue there. I selected something by mistake. Need to be careful. Okay, let's push this a little bit up and push these two down inside. And so you get the point. And you can work on these points to make it more I don't know, aggressive or sporty. Okay, let's produce an issue here because these are now separated. So let's select this point here. It is in the same place, but it's not one point. So let me show you what I mean. If I selected this edge and drag down, it's separated. So let's go to points, select these 2 points, right click and use weld. But here, yeah, it's MQ weld. Click. Once weld activated, notice. Sorry guys, it's glitching. I think I missed some driver installation. Anyway, so once we activate MQ or weld, we can now see that we have an option to either choose this point, center, or this point. If you hover outside, it will automatically snap to center, click, left click, and now this is 1 point. So if I goes back and select this edge, it will move the other point with it. And that should solve this issue that we had here. And as we can see, it's kind of solved. Now, okay, this is annoying here. But I think we're gonna have it no matter what in this case. So let's keep it right now because we don't care that much about specifically this edge, and we're gonna see why. So this is our initial shape right now. And let's go to subdivision. In the attribute manager, we can see that we can change the subdivision resolution. Do not go so high because it might crash. In our case, we are not just caring about having smooth surface. We care about the polygons because the polygons we're having is what's going to help us produce these skin. And that's the importance of maintaining a clean topology for the mesh. For anyone who's interested in having these kind of patterns or skins that we see in, whether we see it in Zaha Hadid work, let's say in Maya, and it's by maintaining a clean topology for the mesh. So this is a very important subject to keep in mind. And now let's move to the next step, which is splitting these geometries. So we want to notice I'm doing this kind of a shape here because it will help me having my skin here. Let's now go to subdivision, increase to number 1 only. Yes, and right click and do now current state to object. So we have multiple options to have the result as a new mesh, because now this is a procedural and we need the result, this one. So right click and choose current state to object, and that will give us a new object right here. So let's call it here. Body 1. And let's drag this up. It's important to have a clean project manager here. So now we have these as a new mesh with extra polygons. It's not so many polygons, so we can fortunately select manually our, let's say, top of the vehicle. In this case, this area here. We can also use loop selection to select this area by pressing UL and or going here, which is I use only loop selection. Yeah, so it's under the select tab, UL loop selection, and that will give us these loops, as we can see, because we know that we are having kind of a clean mesh, and the rest could be selected by pressing 9 and selecting this area. So we can either do this because we have a kind of a low poly, we need to be faster, or we can, before breaking the geometry, select our, and this is very, very important, we can select the low poly polygons here and save the selection. So we have this selection here. We can call it top. We can select those areas. It's much easier because it's still very low poly, and we're gonna save this selection and name it back light. Same with this area here. Save and call it compact. Now notice if we right click and current object to state, current state to object, sorry. Now we have the new body. Okay, it's not subdivided. We need to activate the subdivision and symmetry. Now let's increase the subdivision in this case. Please guys, tell me if anyone is lost, we can go slower. Right click, current state to object. Same the previous result, but now with the selections we added to our low poly model, moved to our new object. Now, as we said, it's easy to select them here, even after breaking the subdivided surface, but in some geometries, it might be very hard to locate if we subdivide it for higher resolution. So now I'm gonna select this object here, and I'm gonna call it, okay, before calling it top, we need to split this selection. How we can do that? We're gonna press UP on the keyboard or right click and use split. So split will give us a new, let's delete the previous one. Split will give us a new object, which is only the top side. Go back to the body. It's still selected because it's still there. So we can now press delete. So now we have the body, we have the top. If we hide the top, we see only the rest. So now from the body, let's select the second one, which is a backlight, and press UP. That will give us a new object. I'm going to call it backlight. We're assuming that it's the backlight. Go back to the body, delete, hide. We can see this. Go back to the initial body, third selection, right click, split. And this one is front. For the automotive designers, if my naming is wrong, I'm really sorry. Selecting the body, delete. So now if we hide this, we have these parts. So this is our main part for the first skin. We're going to work on the front lights, back lights, and top. One cool thing we can do is going to front light, attribute manager, basic, display color, change from material to custom. Now we can give it a color here. We can do that for this one. Switch to custom, red, and for the top, custom and blue, so we don't get lost. If you like to do that, let's put these items in a group by selecting them, and we press Alt G on the keyboard, and that will put them in a group. Or we can click on this one here, null. That will give us a new null object. We're going to call it the car parts or body parts. And we can now select these objects and drop them under these null. Now we have a group. So right now, we're gonna move to working on this type of skin. So we know that we need the body for this one, which is this part here. I'm gonna take another group, like I'm gonna duplicate this group, and the way we can do that is by pressing Ctrl on the keyboard, left click and drag, and that will give us this group. And the reason why I'm taking this back is because I need this initial part to stay there. We don't want to lose them. And we might need to bring it back as one object. So let's keep this one as, let's say, whatever, backup. And hide it, both in the render and in the viewport. Double click on both dots and work on the new body parts we have. We're gonna switch off the backlight and front light and leave them for later. It's a different process, and we're gonna focus on the body and the top. So now that we have a good typology mesh, this is our pattern, let's say, we can now do some remesh for these to have different patterns. And again, this could be applied for any kind of project or any field. For me, I know that I don't want to work on these corners because it might cause me problems, and it's not important. I want my work to start from here. So from this one, I'm gonna use the loop selection, right click, oh, sorry, it's in the select, loop selection. I'm gonna select this loop, this loop, this loop, and this one, and delete. Same for these corners here. Actually, this one also, let's delete. And let's hide the top. So now we are working only on piece one. Now, if we go to edges, select all the edges, and now we're gonna do shrink selection. Why? Because I want to maintain those edges on the corners. This could cause problems whenever we do anything to it. And we need to maintain the same topology that it's connecting to the face. So those here will go with those well, as we can see in the image. There's no difference. So these polygons are going together. It's closed here, but initially it's not. It's going together, and it's gonna be clear what I'm saying. I'm gonna save this selection. So let's delete those old selections. We don't need them. Select them and delete, and let's save a new selection. And it's a polygon selection. Let's do the same for points. Select everything and do shrink selection, and then save the points. Now we can do multiple things. We can right click and do poke polygons, and that will give us this kind of triangulation. And while we are selecting this selection, we can click dissolve. So we right click and choose, I hope I'll find it here, because it's MN on the keyboard, but here, yeah, it's MN as a shortcut, and it's dissolve, and that will delete these lines and will leave me with two triangulation. And this is a pattern that I can use by itself, and it's quite hard to achieve without maintaining a clean topology for a mesh, or without using mesh modeling techniques. It might be much harder inside, let's say, Grasshopper or any other software. But I don't want this one. It's quite cool, but I don't want it. So I'm gonna go back, or we can actually save it as an option. So let's go back, click Control and drag. This is option 1. And this is gonna be option 2. Let's hide option 2, go back to option 1. Our selection, right click, poke polygons, and then dissolve the current selection. And that will give us this pattern. I'm gonna hide this option, go back to option 2. Without dissolving these or poking the polygons, I'm gonna go to points, and I'm gonna try to bevel these points. So if I press MS on the keyboard again, or bevel here, MS, this works for edges and points and faces. In my case, I'm gonna use points, and I'm gonna click anywhere and drag, and notice that it's doing bevel for the points, but that's giving me a really cool pattern, because gradually we have a different topology in this area. So we're having different triangulation here, and we're having it's transitioning to hexagon here, which is again pretty annoying and hard to achieve in different approach. Specifically, but again, everything is achievable everywhere, but this is easy and cool. But notice that we did it like we cannot go back, we cannot change anything, because this is just, we selected the points, we decided that we need it like this live, and we cannot change. I can change as long as I'm holding my left mouse button. But if I want to have it as a procedural workflow, we can now, since we have the selection anyway, we can go to these purple things and choose bevel, and drop this bevel under the option 2. Go to this bevel and choose now bevel attribute manager options. We're going to choose points. And if we increase the offset, we can see that it's beveling every single point. And that's what causing the problems that we talked about in these corners here. And it's changing the connection between this surface and this surface. Luckily, we have selection option, so we can easily select our tag points and drop it under the selection here. And that will apply only on our selection, which is the every single point outside the edge. And now we have it, do not go minus. We have it procedural. We can decide, change, we can even animate. because any option in Cinema 4D has this dot here, can be animated. So from 0 in the slider, we click, it's red, then we change to 100, we click, we go back, we run, now we have an animation. But anyway, this is not our case. So let's, okay, so what I need to have these triangles here, transitioning to hexagons on these areas. And this is good for me for now. So let's keep this as it is with the bevel effect right now here. Right, we still have an issue. We're gonna solve it later. But for now, this is the case for the skin of the body. Now let's move to the top. We're gonna do the same, but we can now select the points, Control A, store selection. Let's delete the previous selection. Oh, we didn't do shrink, sorry guys. So we're gonna do shrink to preserve the topology on the edge. And then we're gonna save the selection. We're gonna save the edges as well, shrink selection, preserve the edge, save, and we're gonna save the surfaces. And I noticed that this is a very bad color to choose because it's same as the selections. So let's go with something like this. And now go back, faces, shrink, and save. This is even worse actually. Anyway, we're gonna do we either can do the exact same pattern, or we can now do the other one, which is, it's stuck, 1 second, sorry. So now we can here right click, poke polygons, and then resolve the selection and have this pattern, which is also matching exactly the other one on the edges, which is pretty cool, as you can see right here. And now we have this selection. There is an error, so let's delete those manually and update this selection because we're gonna need it. Let's now talk about how we can have these openings and do this transition. So let's focus on the body option 2 first. Let's hide the top. And this is going to be done using pose morph, or what it's morphing technique. Not sure about what was the name inside Maya, but let's do it anyway. Let's drag this body option 2 and put it in a new group. The issue that we forgot to save the selection of the faces with shrink, that's going to be used later. It's going to be needed. We're going to deselect those manually. It's not perfect in this case. And this one I can see. And save this selection. Now we have our new paneling or our new mesh. We're gonna right click. Let's have a copy. Always leave a backup. We're gonna right click and do connect objects or connect object plus delete. So connect object will give us a new object and leave the, it will merge and give us a new object while keeping the original one. Connect plus delete, it will just merge everything and give us one option, one object. All right, so now we have these new mesh with new faces between hexagons, no, not hexagons, it's octagons, and polygons. Okay, so now let's call this number 1, and this one number 2, and the group named body skin. What are we going to do right now is to have openings, two identical meshes with different scales, different scale of opening, and we're gonna morph between these two meshes. It's important to pay attention to these numbers in this case. So if we selected this object and we are in the faces, we can see that we have 7,212 polygon and 1,500 something n-gon, which is any face that has more than 4 points. So we have either triangle, polygon with 4 points or 4 edges, and n-gon, anything above 5 and above. So how can we have frame for these panels or these meshes or these faces? It's either by selecting everything and clicking MW on the keyboard, which is inset, what we did initially for the back and front lights, but with turning off preserved groups. So that will, going in minus, inset every face inwards. But we can see that, let's hide number 2. We can see that we will have some problems, because what this do is that it scales like every single polygon regardless of its shape. So if I want these to go almost to 0, this will be broken before. As you can see, this one is broken, this one is still working, that's not what we want. So to solve this issue, we're gonna be using a new set of tools, which is introduced, I think, after the Cinema 4D R26, where we start seeing the node modeling tools, but we are not using them right now. But what's cool about it is that if we go to this asset browser and go to nodes, we can use some of them as deformers, as the purple ones, without going to the node modeling. So let's go to geometry modifiers and navigate to find inset. In this case, this one, and we're gonna drag and drop it under the number 1. Zoom in, and we can see that this cool tool, it's doing it as a percentage for each surface. So as you can see, all are going from 0 to 10, or from, let's say, 0 to 100, based on the size of each polygon, which is exactly what we want. So okay. So we need 2. We need 1 and 2. For number 1, we're gonna do inset for, like, let's say 10%, where it will give us a thin edge. And for number 2, I'm selecting the inset, control, drag, a new one for option 2, which is identical to this one. I'm gonna hide number 1, go to number 2, and this one I'll give it 90, almost closed, or even 98, which is close to 100%. There is inset variation. We should make it 0, because we don't need these problems. As we can see, some are not everyone is 98%. So let's drag to 0, and we are now equal, almost closed. We don't want it 100%. We want to avoid having identical points on top of each others. So 98 is good. And for this one is 10. And also scale down the variation. So right now, we have a procedurally done inset for each panel for number 1 and number 2. First, we need to pay attention to this one because we're gonna now break this procedural command to have a new mesh. Let's say we bake this mesh as we do in Grasshopper. So let's select first all the faces and have a selection, a new one for all faces, for 1 and for number 2. And we're gonna see why. Let's save them. And now I'm gonna have another copy. Keep this one as a backup. Now I know, number 1, I want it to be connect object plus delete. Number 2, connect object plus delete. Now automatically, because I was selecting the faces, it's selected here. But in case I didn't select them before and I lost the selection, I now have the new one, which is for the old full panels that I want to delete in order to have the new openings. So let's hit delete and pay attention to the numbers. We have 17, 125 for this one. The thin, let's say, panels, frames, and for number 2, again, the new selection. And notice that it's very small because it's 90% closed. And we need to hit delete and pay attention that it's the exact number. So this is number 2, and this is number 1, and they are the same exact number, meaning that we have the same points number, same faces, same everything. If we have only 1 point different, the transition between these two faces won't work. And I believe this is in every software, even in Bufferfish, if I'm not mistaken. So now let's do the transition between these two. How are we gonna do that? We're gonna, first, let's hide one of them. Let's hide number 2. We need 1 and 2. Right click on number 1, and we're gonna use the tags now. So we're gonna go to rigging tags, and this usually in Cinema 4D used for poses for faces, transitioning between smiles, let's say. So we're gonna click on pose morph. We have it here. Then we're gonna go to the attribute manager of this tag and choose under mixing, we're gonna choose points, because points is what changing in these two meshes. So we need a new pose for this mesh, let's say, and the new pose in our case will be number 2. So we're gonna click and drag number 2 to the poses, and we're gonna say yes. Now we have number 2. Let's select number 2 here. And on this slider strength, we can see that it's ranging from number 1 to number 2. Let's put it to 100 and be careful here because it's a little bit annoying in Cinema. It's not done yet. We need to make sure we are selecting the pose we want. It's 100%, and then we switch from edit to animate. So we're gonna switch to animate. This select pose 1, pose 0, because we only need 1. Sorry, because we need 2. We know that it's number 2, or any name that you want to give it here. And then while it's still selected, I'm gonna hold Shift on my keyboard, because Shift for the deformers works as Alt for the green icons. So if I hold Shift, it will automatically drop it as a child of number 1 object. the mesh. So I'm going to go down to morph and release, and that will drop a morph under this object while we were selecting the tag. Now, if I click on morph and go to object, we have number 2. Again, is the same, but what changed is that I now have fields option under these deformer. So now if I click on field, click and hold here, and let's say I need a sphere field. Now we can see that based on this sphere, I'm having this transition between 1 and 2. And this sphere could be animated or whatever in order to have this transition. And this is how I got this simple animation here. By moving or animating these, of course, there's a camera animation, but also animating these fields, sliders, not the location, but because now we're going to see the different options we have for the field. So if we select the field by itself, sorry, here, we can go to the remapping tab. And those are very cool parameters that allow us to have like different output from these fields. So if we say invert, it's now inverting the result. It's opening where the sphere is positioned. We can also choose there's big sphere and small sphere inside, and there's a transition between them. So if we scale down the inner offset, we can see the transition is changing, as well as the curvature here. We can also switch the contour mode from none to curve, and that will give me smoother transition, and the result, it will be shown as well here. Let's say I want to have this result, and I want to change those as well, and that could be done by the min and max. So the minimum could be, instead of the, I think 10%, we can change it now. So let's put it that way, 15, and it will get close towards this. Now we have number 1 and 2. We can convert these to a new mesh. It will be fixed, or we can keep it interactive. Let's keep it interactive in our case, and we're going to see how we're going to do an extrusion. So let's select number 1, which has the modifier on underneath it, the deformer, the morph, and drop it under. I'm holding Alt on my keyboard, and I'm going to choose okay, so we can use either cloth surface or thicken. This one is new. As we can see, there's a yellow dot. Let's use it. That will extrude the existing mesh procedurally. And we can put it on 1. And notice that we still have the ability to change the openings, but be careful because it's getting heavier in this case. Now, we can either have one field, or we can have more. If we click here and we added a, let's say, capsule field, it's here. Drag it up, rotate. And it's merging the effect. Because there is a blending mode, this works as Photoshop. It has min, max, subtract, multiply. On max, it's merging both of them. Let me make sure if it's merging both of them. Yeah, it's merging both of them. So those are the fields I used in my initial exercise, in my initial photos. You can change based on whatever you want. So this is for the first one. Let's hide those two. And jump to the top. we can do the same exact steps for top, or we can skip it because I think we are a little bit late. So let me know if we need to do the top one or skip it for now. Let's go back to top and see what we got. We have this one. In order to save time and not repeating the same steps we did for the body, we're going to select all the faces and shrink the selection. And let's do it manually for this one. Press MW, uncheck preserve groups, and scale them down a little bit. And then we can delete. We'll not have a transition on this one to save some time, but we can see that we are matching these two topologies perfectly, which could be very helpful for many different applications and designs. And let's apply second modifier and choose one. And now it almost perfectly matching the other one. As we can see, going to the front and back lights. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're good at time. It's fine. For the front and back side, we have a different approach. So let's take the front and back out of this group. We know that this is backup in case something happens, so we'll drop it down, but it can back up. We don't need it up. We have the front and back. Let's group them and call them lights. Hide the rest and enable these two. Notice that I didn't save since we started, and this is a common issue. I think you guys also have this problem. This is exercise 1. Okay, now the front and back will be the same, but same approach. But let's talk about what are we going to do for this one. So first of all, let's delete the initial selection that came from the first body. And now let's again select faces. Green is bad. I don't need colors. All right, so let's select the faces, shrink selection, save faces. Same with edges. Maybe we don't need faces, but it's good to have them anyway. Save the edge selection. Right click, poke polygons, and dissolve the selection. So now I have these mesh, and you can also apply different type of remeshing actually. So if now, before dissolving our selection, select the invert, go to select and select invert. No, not this one. It's UI on a shortcut, but again, I'm not sure where is the location of it. So let's do invert, sorry, here under select UI, that will select the rest. Let's do shrink. It's not working in this case, which is bad, but let's save the selection. Now, if after having these new both subdivision on top of each other, selected everything, right click and did subdivide, we'll have a new pattern. And then we can go back to our selection and, for example, dissolve those and dissolve those. And we will have like different patterning based on these steps. But for us, we want to stick with this one with dissolving the initial polygons to have this triangle, this panelization with maintaining the edges again. Now, what are we doing on this one is basically beveling these polygons. And to do that, we can use the bevel deformer, holding shift and throwing a bevel deformer. Under the attribute manager, we go to polygons and we change the, okay, 1 second. We don't need to preserve groups. We need it for each one. And we can change the scale, but without further diving in this one, we can see that we don't have fields, which is not what we want in this case. So in order to find fields for this effect in Cinema, we're not going to be using bevel. We're going to use another deformer, which is under MoGraph. By selecting this, we go to MoGraph and we choose Mo Extrude. And this one has different options. So if we go to the object under attribute manager, we have the steps of extrusion. Let's have only one. If we go to transform, we can see that we have the Z at 5 centimeter, and in this case, the Z acting as the normal of the faces. So if we scale this down, we can see that we are changing the extrusion, and we have the scale in this case. So we have position, as we can see, up and down. We have rotation, and we have scale. And in this case, the scale is what giving us the same effect of the bevel. So we can scale everything on the same number. So let's say 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. That is giving us almost the same effect of bevel with extra control, because we can have different shapes, as you can see here. And this is cool for automotive, because you might have a new vent or a new pattern, not scaled all in the same direction. But again, we don't have fields. We need fields. So what I'm gonna do, but we have effectors, if you can see here. So what we are going to do, so let's say 0.99, 0.99, 0.99, and for the Z is 0. So what we did in this case, for the Z. What we did in this case is basically we inset these polygons. We didn't do anything more. And that's okay, because we need to use an effector in the effector tab. So we'll go to effector tab. While we are selecting the Mo Extrude, I'm gonna go to MoGraph again, effect, plane. Notice that plane got applied automatically, same as fields, but I'm gonna put it underneath Mo Extrude so I don't lose it. Now, if I go to plane, we can see that this issue is because under the position, we are changing the Y. We don't want to change any position. Z, as we said, is the normal in this case. So let's put it as, let's say 2. We are repeating the same effect again, but in this case, we have fields. So I'm going to go to scale now. We can use uniform scale. So we are scaling everything together, and we are having almost the same effect of the bevel, but with field option. So now we can drop sphere and see that it's affecting based on these fields. We can use the primitives, spheres, and the shapes that it's provided by Cinema here. I actually used spheres in my initial render, but I don't want to use spheres now because it's important to cover that we can use curves. For quite a long time, actually, I didn't use it. And I was hoping that I can find something like attractors in Grasshopper where we can use curves as attractor. It turns out that we can use it here. So how are we going to use it? We need a curve, base curve. And in my case, I need the corners of this one. So I'm going to go to the front line. I'm going to press UL, which is loop selection or edge selection. Here again in the selection. And this should, yeah, select the loop, the outside edge. For edges as well, we can go to select and choose outline selection. Unfortunately, it's unavailable in the points, but we can use it here. I don't know why it gave us 2. Is this? Ah, because there was a selection. So again, outline selection. We can add it here as well. It's very helpful. Now we need this selection as a curve. How we can get it? Right click and we choose edge to spline. That will give us this new object, which is an edge or curve. Take it out. And I'm going to call it attraction. We'll jump back to the plane effect, fields, and drop this curve here. And it should act as field. Now, we're having an issue here. Excuse me. Let me just drink water. Okay, so we're having an issue here. And to see why, we're going to go to plane, under the fields, click on the attractor, because it's not a field. If we click here, we won't see anything. So we need to go there and click here in order to see its options. Spline shape is curve. Distance mode, it says along. So it's following where this curve is starting and where it's ending, and that's why we're having this effect. We want to switch to radius, just a radius around this curve. And by changing the radius, we're having this effect. Obviously, what we want to do is to invert, and we're gonna go to remap and click invert. And we're having the same exact options that we have for the initial primitive fields. So I'll go back. So fields, remapping. And now let's change some stuff in order to have, notice that by changing these, we are having the same, the effect here. It's represented by this curvature. So if I switch the contour mode again to curve, we'll have a smoother transition. So we don't want to spend a lot of time on this one. So we can either have this, or we can also work only with spheres, because initially, let's turn this off and let's use sphere. And if we say, let's say we want them just to occur inside here, it's better to choose sphere in this case. Let's select the sphere, take another one, drop it here. drag it here and change its blending mode to max. So it's working. Now, this is not the optimal way because we are doing it based on by looking at it, but we can of course go up and go to the object and to coordinates and say unify these numbers. So if this is 60, this one should be minus 60. And now we know that they are in the same location. If we right click and say connect object, I don't want to delete. So only connect object. And I'm having a new mesh here. And I'm hoping that I have the selection, which I have because I selected it initially. And this could be used for applying different materials, as we can see here. So I'm having the lights not everywhere, only in the on the other areas, or you can also dive deeper and have more like more details as long as we want. And of course, do not lose a selection because you can either split them and have a new object and give it a light, or you can apply the material to the selection. So again, we can also do this for the back side, the same exact steps. But let's try to see if we copy these procedural tool that we created here and drop it to the backlight, if it will work without changing anything. So let's say if we drag this up, this is a new one by pressing Ctrl, and I'm going to drop it under the backlight, hoping that it's working. And we will grab the new spheres, and it's working. The only difference that we initially didn't change the subdivision of our mesh. So we're having a new pattern here, which is not bad. Now let's keep it like this for now. I'm going to save some time and have a different pattern. So again, to some extent, we can apply effects procedurally without doing everything, which is cool. Here you go. Now let's do a quick, let's see if we do a quick render, what we're gonna find, what we're gonna see. Let's turn on the skin that we did for the body, and let's again activate the top. We almost have all the parts, and let's right. So we had the initial mesh, which is cool because we want it to be underneath everything. We don't want this one and this one because it's closed here. Why this is hidden? Lights, body, 1, 2. This is what happens when you don't name your objects, you get lost. So I still have my initial surface underneath everything to cover these areas where it got deleted. So Let's save. And we're gonna do quick render. We're not gonna dive into the rendering and materials, but in order to do, it's good always to do a preview inside the render to see how our geometry interacting with light and shadows. So let's go to Corona, and before going there, we mentioned those for the render, those tabs. So this one is the render settings. If we click on it, we can see that we can specify our render. In this case, we're going to be using Corona. Corona is pretty simple and straightforward. We don't need to change any complex settings. The output has our initial render resolution or render image aspect ratio. So in this case, let's keep it like this. We might make it a little bit smaller to have a smaller preview window. So let's go down to something like 800 while locking the ratio. So both will change. Those for animation, we're not gonna talk about them. It's just like switch between current or all frames. If we have multiple frames, we have only one frame. And we have the save. If we want to save our files automatically, we have Corona, and here we can access the Corona render settings. As we mentioned, we don't want to change anything. So let's go to Corona and use interactive rendering, and that will open a window, size of 800 by 450, and this is live rendering, but we cannot see anything because we don't have light. So go to Corona, and let's use Corona light. Move it out to see what's going on. It's lighting in the other direction. Rotate, scale. So we can either use only one light source. Notice that when we are moving, okay, sorry, it got stuck. Okay, it's safe. We are having a blur effect, and it's very annoying. So let's go quickly to Corona, performance setting, and switch off enable motion blur and fast preview denoising. We don't want that. We want sharp results. Now we can see it's a bit clear. It might be not a big difference for you, but it makes a difference. So without like changing any settings, let's go to the material manager, create, sorry, instead of create, we don't need the native Cinema 4D materials. We want the Corona materials. So we're gonna use legacy material, or we can also use a physical material. This is a new. And as we said, we can either drag and drop the material to our objects, or we can locate them here and drop them here. So because we are rendering now live, sometimes if you have, remember we have this procedurally, it's not paid. So every time you drop material, Corona will take the initial state of it. So we're gonna run again to have this. Let's put the same material on the top. Let's create another legacy material, drop it here. And if we double click in the legacy, we can go to, sorry, not legacy material, I'm lost, sorry. We go to Corona, use physical material and drop it here. And the difference is that under physical material, we have a preset material. So if we go to the general, apply preset, we can go and choose, let's choose glass. Not a big difference right now. It's okay. we can see here that this is the pattern we had for the face. And I usually, in my renders, use one simple material and different shades of transparency for the materials. So like if we just go there and enable double click on any material you are using. In this case, we are using so we can see them here. We are using physical material even for this, which is wrong. We need the legacy material here. So we can either drop it on the object, which can create a new material beside it, or we can drop it here and that will just replace it. So now we have legacy on this one and we need legacy material on this here as well. And again, so we have our transition. It's almost closed here. And by just playing a little bit with the opacity, we can start having some different results. Okay. Let's not use this one. I'm not sure why I'm not able to see the same material. See, sometimes if this material is duplicated as tags, it will get lost. So I'm just going to use the same material for everything. Okay, so we can see that white area here. It's because there is some object I think this one that we need to hide in render. Not this one. This is coming from the top. Yeah, I think right, let's hide this one. So now we can select and hide this one. I'm not sure why I'm still having these. Let's hide this body here. There's a surface that it's hidden in the viewport, but it's not hidden in the render. That's why we cannot see anything here, but it's still in the render. And that's it. It was hidden in the viewport, but shown in the render. So we need to hide it in the render. Okay. Back to our body. I think, yep, that's it. We can add a plane underneath everything to have some reflection. And we can go to post-processing, tone mapping, and do some changes here. So we increase the white balance, we'll have warmer image. I usually increase the contrast. This is a new in the Corona. Works with the darker areas, and we can add as well some LUT files that can give us some cool results as well. Sometimes I use this one. And we go to this one, we add filmic, where is it? Filmic mapping, expand, highlight compression to 0.5, 0.5, 3, and enable sharpening and blur radius to 0. So we'll have sharper images. And as a geometry, this is our geometry, which is identical to what we intended to achieve. And yeah, usually I use only one light source. And with spending more time on the materials or choosing any render of choice you like to work with, usually I work with transparent and simple, very simple materials that only shows the geometries. You can create some cool stuff. One more thing to add is, which can give cool shadows in this case. Going to Corona, scene environment, global volume. We need to create Corona material, volume material, and drop it here. Then we're going to open its parameters. We need to change the distance and the color to white. And distance, the more we increase the distance, the more the image will be clear, but we will have cool fog in the render, which is pretty cool. So let's add like 90K and go down. It got stuck, okay. And be careful, because with every step we're adding, we're having more like heavier scene. And yeah, here how we can start having these kind of noisy images, which is cool. If someone is wondering how to achieve this type of renders, it's pretty simple materials, sometimes one light source, and playing with opacity. And of course, you can add more materials. We can go back to this one here, as we discussed, select this object, lights, front light, we have this selection, and we can create a new material and use where light material and apply it to this selection. So if we drop it on this face, it will be selected only for those. And now we have our lights without having extra geometry. And we can increase the intensity, color. And so on. But because here we're using, we increase the transparency in the upper edge, we are seeing it through. But yeah, it needs, and we can add extra layers. For example, what we can do is we can go back to this mesh here, which is the body, and let's have another one and call it cover. select our faces and press MT on the keyboard, which is extrude. We don't want to select. Let's do create caps and extrude it. So now we are covering our pattern. In this case, we have to do both for this one and for the initial surface of the top, which is this one. We need to extrude at the same exact amount. And now, if we click render, we have these two new objects that can have a different material, or let me get this one. Right now, they are having the same material, but they can have a new material in that with different transparency level. So let's add it here and here. It can have different color. And extra transparent. Well, and the reason I'm doing this is, in this case, I'm having this kind of a smooth reflection on top of the pattern. Instead of having the pattern rough, we are now having a smooth reflection on top of it. And you can activate the reflection. $30. And we can have these kind of smooth, because in the render, if you take a look, it's actually smooth on top of it. There's a smooth reflection. That's because I have a top layer on top of it, like this one here. And to get rid of this edge, it's because when we extruded these faces, we duplicated the edge. So if we selected this cover and we click on this icon here, where it is, this one, viewport solo, it will isolate this cover. Now we can go to faces, press UL, loop selection, and select this edge all around and delete it for this one. Now show everything again. Select this object, isolate it, faces, select this, delete, show again, and render. And now we get rid of this annoying edge in the render. We can again go back to the skin, or the extruded skin, and have a new material. So if we select the material, press Ctrl and drag, we're having a new one. Let's call it 2. I'm bad with namings actually. And put it for the first pattern and second pattern. And I know these by this thicken modifier that we used. Now you can double click on number 2 and change the color. And that should, change the color of the pattern while maintaining the smoothness on top of the on top of everything. And yes, I guess that's it for the first exercise. We covered all the geometry and the modifier that we can use to produce these skins. One more thing to cover is and we are not going to dive deep into it, since we still have this one as a parametric object. And if we moved these fields, this is changing as well. We can go inside these fields to the remapping and change now these parameters to make it, for example, close everywhere and open, and animate those sliders as we did before. So if this one, it's 15, while the slider is 0, when we click on this red one, it will save it, as we can see here. Let's drag to 3 or the 90 frame, change it to 100. And now notice that this turned yellow. Click red again, and now we have it saved. We can go back, and now we can play these animation. It's so slow, we can, like, you can dive deeper in this, but this is basically how you can get those animations, and it's pretty easy inside Cinema, because any slider or anything that has this diamond here, it could be animated. Same as for the, since I believe I'm already inside a Corona camera, we forgot to put Corona camera, sorry guys, for the rendering. So you put a camera by going to Corona and drop Corona camera, and then let's move. Now we see the camera, right? And if we click on this one, we're jumping inside this camera. That can help us, and let's see what it can help us. This can help us have different perspectives. So if we go to the object under the camera, select the camera and go to object and change the focal length. So the longer the focal length, remember that we have hidden the cover, so let's bring it back. The longer the focal length, the more the straight edges we have in the scene. Let's select the Corona light, take it out. If we don't want to take the light out, we can go to its attribute manager and choose, there is a visibility Corona light. We should be able to hide it, visible directly, turn it off, and now we don't see it. But we still have it because we have fog in the scene, remember that. So let's bring it up and increase its intensity to something like 200. And now, as we discussed, we are looking to the car from far away. And as we can see, it's having a different perspective. Okay. Now, if we go back to the camera and change the focal length to something like 30, which is a wide angle camera in this case, and zoom in, we'll have a different perspective of the car. Let's switch this one to white. And yes, I think this is it for the first exercise. I'm gonna leave this image to render, and I'm gonna take a small break and jump to our next exercise. So let's take a like 6-minute exercise, 6-minute break, sorry guys, and jump back. If anyone have any question, drop me. Before I go, I'll go back to the settings, output, increase the, oh that's too much. Increase the resolution, and instead of click and hold and running start IR, which is interactive rendering, we're just gonna click render, and that's gonna start the rendering based on the new high resolution. Let's put it there, take a 6-minute break, and jump back to our next exercise. All right, guys, we're back. Can you hear me? Good. Okay. So let's stop the render. We can click on save. Choose whatever playback and save our render. Maximum quality. Okay. And close. Let's save this exercise and jump to the next exercise. And our next exercise will be the Limulus hovercraft. And this is actually inspired by this creature, which is, it's called the Limulus horse crab. It looks scary, but it's very friendly creature. And this is where this tail came from. So those are the sketches, and we're going to import our initial sketch as we did for the exercise 1. We can save and exit. Go to the top, and for this one, this will be our initial sketch. Again, we're going to press Alt-V to jump to these project settings, and we're going to increase the transparency of this one. Something like that. And if the first exercise was a little bit boring, let's hope, I hope this will be a little bit more fun. This will cover how we can produce these kind of minimal surfaces and these kind of exciting shapes. Again, don't judge me on the aerodynamics. And let's hope you'll enjoy it. So for this one, we're not going to start as we started with the exercise 1 by dropping a box and start sculpting on it. Instead, we're going to draw polygons, and to do that, we're going to go to polygon pen, this tool right here, or by pressing ME on the keyboard. And what this tool do, that we can now left click and draw our polygon. So if I draw this polygon right here and closed it, it will give me this polygon. I'll press space, go to the edge mode, select this edge, and okay, so this side is on the right. Right. So, and now I'll press Ctrl on the keyboard and drag down, and that will extrude this edge. I'll extrude it down more. So this is an initial sketch. We don't need to follow exactly. And I had to break it down or figure out how to create this shape. And same goes to you as well. If you sketch something like that, or if you bring your image from AI or whatever, you have to break it down to see how you can play around it and get your geometry. So after this one, I'm gonna click Ctrl here. Now I'm gonna drag by this angle, and this allows me to drag on the Y plane in this case. And I'll take it here. I'll press T on the keyboard to switch to scale, and I'll scale it down. I'll press R to rotate, or we can rotate here because we are on the top view, so we can press anywhere and have the same result. I'm gonna drag it here, scale. So basically what I'm using is R, E, and D in this case, and control and drag as well in order to extrude these curves. So I'll have this shape. Again, we might end up with different shape or something close to it, but we are breaking down the process of the geometry. And now I'm gonna rotate this one, press E, control, and drag in order to extrude. I'm gonna scale this one a little bit, take it out like this, and let's see what we got. Okay, we got this geometry. Let's call it number 1. And let's press MN on the keyboard. Sorry. And B in order to go to rogue shading with lines in order to see our edges. Then I'm gonna select this object, press Ctrl and drag in order to duplicate it. And I'm gonna name it number 2. And I'll go back to top view. Now I'll select this 2, which is identical to number 1, and press T and scale it on the other side. But notice that it's getting stopped at 0. So in order to do what I'm trying to do, I need to switch to points and scale, and that will reverse the shape. We can press and hold Shift in order to do it 100%, and this is same as mirroring the shape exactly. We don't really care that much, but yeah, let's do it around 100, the same. And then we're gonna go to rectangular selection tool, select these 2 points and match the backside, something like that. I still need to maintain my vessel here shape, because we're gonna redraw it again. So do something like that. We might need an edge here, so let's press ML and add this edge. So now we have these in 3D. Let's go to the side. This is the one that it's going to the back side. I think we don't, do we need this like that? It should be something like this. I think this is extra of what we did, what I did initially. Now let's keep it and see how it goes. I'm gonna select these points and go up. And this is going to the front side. I know that I need this one like this. This one might be like this. And we will go to number 1, select those, and go up. So I know it looks weird now. And yeah, this one is extra. I don't need this one. I'm gonna dissolve this line and stick to the simplest shapes I can use. So let's stay like this. And now I want this guy to be rotated 90 degree. I'm pressing Shift. Okay, and this one as well. I want to rotate it 90 degree. So this is going like that. And this one could also eventually rotate. Now let's drop both of these objects under symmetry. We can either have them separate objects, or we can right click on both of them and choose connect objects plus delete. And that will give me one object that has both items. Right now, again to the top, let's select these 2 points from that one, grab them like this. Let's straighten these lines. Got stuck. Don't know why. Okay, it's saving. Okay. Let's do like that. Again, we're gonna drop a symmetry, put the geometry inside, and choose the z-axis. So let's turn x to off and z to plus. And now we have these two. Now we can drop this symmetry under a subdivided surface, and we can start see the lines. Now we can do some free modeling. All right, let's add some detail lines. For example, if we press ML here, minus plus to put it at 50, same as here, minus plus to put it at 50. I'm pressing 9 in order to select the light selection tool here and here and push it a little bit outside. Okay. Now let's switch this off and draw a new object, which is going to be for the vessel inside. So let's select number 2 and go back to the polygon tool by pressing ME on the keyboard, which is this tool right here. While I'm selecting number 2, I'm going to draw in order to have my shape as well added to number 2. Or you can deselect and draw it alone outside. That will produce a new object in this case. So let's draw this one. We need something like this, this, and this one here, and this one here, and let's close it. Back to points. Select these two. Now let's add 2 lines like this, but in this case, if we press ML, it won't work because we have 1 polygon and it's n-gon. It's not 4 points. So this one, the loop cut won't work. Instead, we're going to right click and choose line cut, which is allow us to draw cuts on the polygons. So in this case, let's start from this point, hold shift in order to go straight, and now press space. And now we have this edge. Add another one. Okay, now we will draw one from here, here. I don't think it's right to have triangle in this area, so let's draw a new one from here, like this. And then I think we need to add these lines here. So in this case, we're having 4-point surface here, 4-point surface here, instead of having a triangle in the corner in this case, like this case. So let's now select these points and push this one up. I think this is wrong eventually, but let's keep it for now. See how it goes. And enable the symmetry. And now notice that this is outside. If we drag it back, okay, it works. Previously in Cinema, we used to put these two inside a group in order to work, but now it's working. We have problems because the points are not exactly on the z-axis. So let's disable the hard surface, select those points that should be on the edge, on the z-axis, right click, set point value. Again, set the z, world coordinates, apply. And now we apply the symmetry. It's working. Again, remember we did the weld in our first example in order to have these points welded. Okay. I think we need to merge these two. No need to have them separated. So right click, connect object plus delete. Let's call this body 1. And now it's pretty weird. Let's go back here. Go to surfaces or polygons. And in order to select all those polygons, we either can use the live selection tool, or we can press U-F on the keyboard, or go to select tab and choose fill selection. And that will select each connected set of polygons. In our case, we need this one. And we need to, I'm not sure how to hide this symmetry plane. Anyway, okay. So now we have our initial geometries, and it's a matter of start connecting between them. And in order to do that, we're going to be using some bridging techniques between these polygons. So let's say if we selected these, okay, let's just make sure of one thing. In our geometry, whether this was on the top, I think this one was on the top, but let's try right now like this. And what we did is that we bridge it between bridges. We have a bridge between these two polygons, and let's do that by right click and go to bridge or shortcut NB. So if we do bridge, we can now bridge between these two. But first, let's have a clean surface and do one bridge to understand how it's going. Let's convert these to two editable polygons, and let's choose these two. Press NB. Now, in order to bridge between these two, first let's have them in one object. And now notice that we have this line between these two polygons, and that can now form a bridge. The problem in this case is that one of them need to be flipped, because in order to have a correct bridge between these two objects. So in order to flip the normals of these surfaces, we can do right click and choose flip normals, reverse normals, or UR. So let's choose reverse normals. And now if we choose these two polygons, we can now have a correct bridge between two of them. Notice this line. This is the guideline. It can be changed. And usually it can form a twist, but I'm not sure. Okay, these are the settings for how many subdivisions we need between these bridge. I'm not sure why the guideline is not working. Usually it works. I think it's in the new update. Anyway, let's go back to our surface. And now we know that one of these two surfaces need to be flipped in order to produce a correct bridge in this case. So let's do a fill selection for this one. And then UR in order to flip the faces. Now, if we press MB and bridge between these two, we are having these effects, right? Which is still need to be cleaned. And as we can see, we might need to add extra edge here and extra one here in order to perform the bridge between these two. And now we can go back to these points and manipulate the position of them in order. We need to make sure that they are not clashing. Okay. Something is different from the one that we had, but we still need to work on it. There's a lot of details to add. But basically, this is our first connection between these two in order to form a surface between them. Then we're gonna select our vessel here, press it down. I'm pressing UF in order to get the fill selection in order to move this one. Okay. Now let's go back to this one, push it out. Now, our next step will be, if we take a look here, we can see that there is another layer of details underneath, and this is coming from having this body, this one here, as number 2, Then we're going to select the points, select everything. And as we did for the first element we did, we're going to go to scale on the Y, and we're going to flip it. First, we're going to do -100 to have the exact mirror. And then we're going to go down and scale it down more. Now, again, before doing this step, let's add some details here, over here, and over here, in order to have some curvature around this edge. And around this edge here. Those are just adjustments for the initial shape to have more curvature in these edges. Let's make it a little bit more straightened here. Make it more flat by adding one more edge here. And I think we lost this edge, so let's add it back and add one more edge. Okay, so it's not giving us one edge because notice that we're having an n-gon here, this one, because it stopped at this point, because initially we didn't have this one. So it didn't work like this one here, which is fine. It's not a big deal. We can add it manually from this point to this point. Or we can connect this line with this line here, and then use loop cut in order to have our line following this topology. So now we can select these two surfaces here and make them more flat, either by using flatten or by pressing T, holding Shift, and scale to 0. And that will help have a better connection between the two objects. So let's now duplicate this one. Lower. And this one, then call it upper. And let's select all the points. Press T on the keyboard, scale and reverse 100. And go down. We're not going to keep it 100. We need it to be something like this, because we're focusing on this type of stuff underneath and closing the shape from down. We're going to see how. Now let's keep it like this for now and go to select, fill selection inside surfaces, and select this lower part of this vessel and push it up, because we need eventually to connect these two together. But now we have them in a separate meshes. So let's select these two, right click, connect object plus delete. So now we have only one object. Now what we can do is we can go to points and start building these points to have one object for the vessel. So I'm gonna press 9 on the keyboard to go to live selection. And we're gonna select these points. As we did before, we go to weld and press anywhere in order to have it in the center. Pause for same for these two, same for this corner. Now we can see that we are having the initial shape and still need to work on these different connections. So this is our front side where we have the bigger part. And we're gonna go to points, weld some points. So we have now identical surfaces in the opposite side down. And we are going to change some connections in the other side to have different geometries, but out of the same basic shape that we did. So I'm welding these points here. And this is coming as a one surface. I'm also adding a line here by pressing or by going to loop here or pass cut, because I want to connect these two. So since we're having separate geometries, we just need to push this toward the exact 0 on the plan Z. So I'm going to select these points, right click, set point value, apply. And now we're having the connection between these two parts in this area. Now this is weird, I know, but bear with me a little bit. So we're gonna push this up. We have like this space that it's holding underneath this pointy front. Let's keep it like this for now. And come back to our vessel. We need it to be more aggressive. And we might need to add some polygons. So let's select these two. And by pressing Ctrl and moving them, we are extruding them. But we know that we produced a side face that needs to be deleted. Now notice if we selected this one, we can see that the faces are not aligned to the normals. So let's right click and choose align normals. And then let's flip them. And now symmetry again. And we kind of started to have it, but still need some work. So let's push these corner here. Be a little bit aggressive. Okay. No, this is too much. Okay, let's stick to this one and go back to the side. I'm gonna lower this one and make this a bit wider. So if this is the front, imagine how the tail should be. So let's come here and do this crazy thing. And you need to delete these two. And this is actually coming from, it's the creature tail. This one here, it looks so scary, but it's so friendly. And this is just to flip him back in case he accidentally goes onto his back and he cannot move like a turtle. So this one is just to flip him back. It's not harmful. Yeah, so we are kind of representing it here. Okay, now let's bring this down a little bit. We're still not using any kind of, we're not using any kind of hard edges. We can introduce some hard edges here. Could be cool. Maybe something like that. But let's leave it now. Let's have it a bit wider here. And same goes for this one. As we discussed before, if we right click and go to slide, which is MO, and it's maybe you guys see it, I cannot see it. I'll press MO in the keyboard and then I'll slide this edge. So I know that this will affect the overall topology of the mesh, hence my pattern or my wireframe or whatever. This is also changing in the side view, so be careful for that. We can press NA or NB in the side view in order to see our side view more clearly. And we know that we don't need this one to be. Now, we don't care that much about these intersections while we are in the low poly, because once we smoothing the shape, it's changing slightly. So we know that this section, we can work on it to make it more sporty. Let's have these two and make them flatten. This one could go. So I'm pressing W as well. As you can see, this one is following the selection. I'm switching to world coordinates. And okay, we can add actually one more here. If I'm pressing the loop cut, that will help us control. Okay, notice that we have this connection. We're gonna hold this vessel by a new bridge here between one of these surfaces and one of these surfaces, but we first need to clean the geometry a little bit. And this looks good. And now let's add so in this case, we're trying to be as much as possible within the polygon modeling and not having n-gons or triangles, but in this type of work, it's fine to have some of the like some crazy shapes. Again, I didn't save. Imagine it's, but we have backup, so it's fine. Okay. Now we can get rid of this one. It's not so important. Dissolve. So there's no 100% right thing to do. We need to move around and see. I'm pushing this back. So now okay. Now I still need one more surface here because this is very long. So let's add one. We can go to the line cut, but be careful because line cut, it can cut anything visible. So right now you might think that nothing happened, but I think we added a point here. So let's see. Oh no, okay, good. But sometimes, yeah, it can add here, as you can see. It shows nothing, but there's a point here. It can cause problems for the geometry, as you can see. So I think if we choose optimize, in this case, it will delete this point. Sometimes it do, but no, not in this case. So be careful. And look, if we dissolve this point, it removed the edge with it. So now we're having another problem. So in this case, it's not dissolve, I think it's delete, and the edge will stay there. So be careful with line cut, especially if not visible only, it will cut through everything here and everywhere. So sometimes you do some work in this area and like after you're almost done, you'll notice that there's something like this on the other side and you repeat. So instead of that, I'm going to be using for this one, the loop cut here. Now everything is good. I'll do a quick bridge between this surface and this surface here. So let's go to bridge. Bridge these two surfaces and see what we got. We have a huge connection. Let's now add a loop cut here. And then we go to select and we choose loop selection for this edge. that we created, and then we press T and we scale it down. See what we can get. Now it's still not what I got initially, but now I can preserve my shape, my initial shape, and create this connection. I know that there is an issue. I think the whole shape should be pushed down a little bit. Now this could be tricky as a selection, because now we've created a connection between them. So if I go to select, fill selection, it's now one object. Or we can do a quick loop selection for this edge that we have. And then we choose this joint. Nothing happened, but now if we go to select, fill selection, we can select this separately. But now when we move, this one is not gonna follow. We can either weld them again manually, or we can go Ctrl-Z and repeat. I'm gonna leave it like this. It's not a big problem. I'm gonna move it down. And then I'm gonna switch to points and select this one and this one. Choose weld, but not in the center. I want it to be here. So I'm bringing it to this point. Now there is a connection. And it's closer to the shape. And now let's push this. This should not be so far from the geometry. I know that there is some differences in this area here from my initial shape. So it's getting a little bit crowded here, but believe me, once you are working on it or in any project, it won't look so complicated, because you know what you moved actually, and you can easily move them. So here I'm trying to follow the vessel shape instead of bringing it out. And I want to push this point a little bit here and see what I got. It's still a little bit far, but it's okay. I'm gonna add a line here to push it a little bit, to bend it a little bit. So let's add a line here. Select this line and push it out a little bit. This point and go down a little bit. And this is okay for now, for this part. But you see this bulgy area here, it's not cool. because of these bridge that we did. It's pulling it out. Just push it in. This is better, but it's so obvious. So yeah, it's a matter of moving back and forth in order to get the shape that you desire. We're not gonna spend the whole day here. So let's move on to the lower side right now. Let's save. It's good to have another copy. I forgot to do that. Like different steps. You call this 1, and you could call this 2, and hide number 1. And then continue on 2, because sometimes you do stuff and you forgot what you did and you're trying to go back and you can't. So it's good to always remember to add some new backups. And these are very light objects, so it's not a big deal to copy like 100 of them, it's fine. Now, okay, the next step will be working a little bit with the lower side. And what we're gonna do is, as we can see, we pushed the vessel down. So now this one is getting into it. Sorry, it got stuck. Okay, so let's push it down. Yep. You can actually like this. And from the lower side, guys, please let me know if this is clear or it's so confusing, or how is it going, or whatever. If I can get some feedback, it would be great. Hello. Okay. A little bit fast. Okay. Yeah, it's okay, I'll slow down a little bit. I think we have some time, but as I mentioned, it looks overwhelming, but whenever you start with the very initial steps, you will find yourself moving these points without thinking what's happening. So yeah, might need some. Okay, let's go a little bit slower. So we are now in the lower side, and I think we can select it. So let's try to do fill selection. Oh, it's one face. So I wanted to split them with colors so we can see. All right, let's now go to we are in the lower side. We're gonna take this point and we're gonna move it in. And that should help us create a cover for the bottom of the vehicle. So let's see. Yes, these points are coming from the lower shape. So let's turn off the symmetry so we can see what's going on. We have this point. Now, working with the minimal surfaces is not so clean. I know that the shade is not so clean, but that's why it's a little bit confusing. I'm trying to close the lower side here, or have like a cover by making these 2 points close. I don't want to weld them. This is not good here. It's twisting because we removed one point. So let's try to solve this issue. As we can see, this is twisting. So if I disable the symmetry and this one, this is my selection. So I'm going to delete this. And I know that I need to bridge between these two that were twisting. So let's use bridge between these two edges and smooth again. So now we have it. Let's push this shape outside. And this is coming from the lower part. This is coming from the upper part. And I'm trying to weld them here. Now we take a look. It's kind of following this shape. Like all of these stuff is just like small connections. The main thing that we're gonna see is when we connect these two parts that it's copied from the top, but these two, we need to bring them to the exact Z. So we're gonna choose set point value, apply, and move them up. Now, if we subdivide it, we're gonna see these surface underneath. I'm gonna rotate. So in rotation, I'm selecting the blue line, which is the Z in this case, and rotating it up a little bit to follow shape. We can click E for scale and make it narrower down. But we need to be careful because sometimes when you are subdividing, you might do this. So always be careful. Same for the back side. I'm gonna select these points. Right click, set point value to Z. So under symmetry, it will be welded in this area. And I'm gonna push it up like this and make it a little bit narrower as well. Okay, I'm searching for this point here. I think it will change this connection. It's a little bit tricky here. So the next step is to work on these openings and these extra connections to the lower side. And let's do one more copy. Let's name this one 3. Now let's switch to surface, turn off the subdivision and symmetry. Let's select these two and these two. And we're gonna do MW or inset manually. No need to do like procedurally. Just a little bit down. And then we're gonna delete. Okay, so I'm having these openings here. And what I did in my in my renders, that I've added extra line here to have control over this one, because I want to create an extra connection between this layer here and this one here, that it's giving me this shape between this one and the one underneath it. Again, there's no right and wrong, it's just your design. I'm rotating, scaling down. I want extra loop around it. Well, let's leave it right now. I'm going to add that later and see what is the difference. And let's try to connect right now this edge with this edge and see what will go. So I'm selecting these two edges. Right click, bridge, guide, and now I have this connection. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an edge here, loop. One second. Right, so let's turn these off to see where we are adding our line. We are adding it between here and here on the new surface. That gives me extra control. So I can scale it down and have this organic movement, and then I can push it down. Basically, it's good to see how we can get these kind of angles and these kind of smooth transitions and corners, whether we are doing this exercise or any exercise or even architecture project or anything. So it's more about the techniques. Now let's, right? So it's so very, very smooth here on the corner. So let's add, again, we can use the creased edges, but I don't recommend because we might extrude this surface eventually and we need to reapply. So let's add a line here and the line here, and that will make this corner harder here. You can select these points, move them and make it thicker if we want. I'm moving because I know it's still straight. We didn't bend it, but we can introduce some curve to it if we want. Let's make this one a little bit thicker here. This one as well. Okay, initially I wanted to add a ring around it. So let's try to add one. Okay, now we can't because we broke the topology. But I think if we connected, so I'm taking the line cut and I'm trying to connect between this corner and this corner. So now we have a clean topology. Let's see if we can add one. And yes, we can add now a loop. And we can get back and delete those edges that we added. And this one will help us introduce a little bit of a corner here, like this one that we see here. So I believe that if we selected these two and pushed them down, it's not so obvious. We can still add another one. And now it will show. This is extra, it was not there, but it's not bad, so let's keep it. Going to the back side, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time here. You guys got the point. And this is basically the technique behind this kind of shapes. Let's add some corners. And let's introduce some curvature to these wings. Okay, so I can see that I need a one line more here in order to not bend the whole shape. So let's add a loop cut here and one here. So now if we move down, it won't bring the whole shape. And last line I'm gonna add before jumping to the next step is a bridge between this line here and this line here. As you can see, and that's to introduce some kind of like a solidity to the whole shape. As we can see here, this one, it won't look so empty. So let's add a bridge, a loop cut here, and scale it down. Well, this is the trick. And see what we got. We might keep it actually. Oh no, let's scale it. Now, this is not an optimal solution in this area, having a minimal surface in an automotive design project, because these produce, if we can take a look, it's giving us a, even if we right click and do align normals, it won't solve all the issues because they are connected and twisted. And that's not that's not an optimal way, but this could be solved. And we're gonna talk about the solution. But it also could be nice to have like produce some cool shapes, and this can go for different exercises as we take a look at this one or this one. Those are done using these techniques of minimal surfaces. Okay, the internet is not so good. All right, so what's next? Here, do stuff, and do stuff is done by bridging as we are doing right now. Now, let's save and stable this one. And let's try to introduce some thickness to these surfaces in order to see something in the render. But as I mentioned, when we try to, let's have a new copy here. When we're gonna try to extrude, we're gonna have some issues. As you can see, some is going in the other directions. For me, initially in this situation or in this exercise, I didn't care that much because I know that I can like still have the shape because I'm doing only one material render as discussed. So let's try to extrude them first. Go to extrude, slide right a little bit, and we see that it's not extruding all the corners. That we need to make sure when you select the extrude, go to maximum angle and make it 180. Because this means if the angle between the two surfaces is more than 49, it won't weld the extrusion. It will extrude them as separate surfaces. So increase it to the maximum. In most cases, we need it at maximum. And let's do some extrusion. And let's see if we, now forget about the symmetry because we need to solve the edge. But if we, now we have thickness for the geometry. If we need it to more hard in the edges, we can go back. Now this could be done, of course, procedurally by dropping it under sticken geometry. Don't need to do it manually. And we can increase the subdivision. So that will make it harder when we smooth it. As you can see, we have harder edges right now. But there is an issue that in order to solve the symmetry problem here, we need to break this one. So it's glitching when it's saving. It's usually don't. Okay. So we need to delete those and set the points. But the issue is that if we are using these subdivisions, it's making it a little bit more work for us to clean it. But let's try it anyway. So I'm gonna copy this one in case I want to go back. And I'm gonna right click here and say connect object plus delete. And I'm hoping that if I go up and go to rectangle selection and switch off tolerance selection, and I selected this area here, I'm hoping that it's selecting only what I want to delete. And I think so. There's an issue here. We're gonna see how we're gonna solve it. And yeah, I think so. But before doing that, let's go to scale. And on the Z-axis, press Shift and scale to 0 in order to have them straight. And now, I'm not sure. Yeah, now we can see why we're having this, and we can solve it. It's not a problem. Click delete. So now, and let's try to do symmetry. We need to select the points on that edge, right click, set point value, apply, and it gets solved. One more thing need to be cleaned is disabling the symmetry. You can see that this got duplicated. We don't want this extra shell for the vessel inside. And I know that it's coming from this connection that we created here. So let's break this connection here by navigating around. It's gonna be a little bit annoying. So let's try to go to edge, right click, and then loop, and then select, sorry, go to select, loop selection, and try to select this one. And then we're going to right click and choose disconnect. And hopefully okay, can you guys see my screen? Yeah, guys, give me 1 second. It got stuck. I'm reopening. And I'm really sorry for being fast for this exercise, but we still have another one. And I believe like we kind of like covering the technique behind achieving this shape. So hopefully if you guys rewatch the tutorial on your time, it might be more clear. But otherwise, we'll get lost and we won't be able to cover the last exercise. So let me share my screen and let me guys know when you see it, please. Can you guys see? Great. So we were at the point where we wanted to separate the inner shell from the outer shell of this vessel. And we said that we know that the connection, it's that bridge that we did between these two surfaces here. So let's go to surface, and we selected this loop and we disconnected it. So let's go to surface, select field selection. And yes, now we have the inner shell separated and we can delete it. If we now subdivided the surface, we can see a little bit more clear what was the connection between these two. So it was this bridge, and now we have it separated. We have this clashing, and as we said, we still need to, let's see where it's coming from. Okay. Yes, this is the issue, but we did a mistake when we extruded on 3 steps because we now have extra 3 points for each corner. But it gives us some cool edges, so it's fine. Let's push this one a little bit out. Try to solve this issue. And then we're gonna select these edges here. That it's coming from this one that we deleted. I'm gonna scale them here. And I'm gonna press E, hold Control, and extrude them inside, and do another extrusion. So I don't want them to clash, and I want to hide them. So let them act like vents for the engine inside. And we can hide them like this because we don't want to see the opening in case you did some kind of a close shot here or something. So let's keep it like this, it's fine. And now we have our shape. So this is the initial shape for the vehicle. An extra layer would be separating the glass and working a little bit on the interior. We're not going to do that right now. Let's try to separate the glass and talk a little bit about these wireframes and how we can get them in 3D and see if we still have time to do that. So again, as we did in the first exercise, let's select what we want to separate. And in this case, it's just the top glass. So let's select this area here and see it's too much. We might end up selecting manually, but let's see if we have a proper topology to so considering that this is our glass, let's make this a little bit wider. And I'm selecting those surfaces in case it's not clear. As my glass, let's push this point like this in order to have it smooth, hopefully. Okay. Guys, from this side, you can see that we have a nice transition that we can cut the glass, but I'm afraid that we don't have it here. It will be very bad. So we need to introduce one more edge, let's say. Let's select line cut and do visible only, and then cut it here. See if we can get a different transition. Let's start from here. And guys, if this is not self-explanatory, it just need a little bit of like exercising on mesh modeling, and you will easily understand these problems that when we introduce this extra line, which is not a clean topology, we get these extra polygon that can help me cut on this edge instead of having sharp polygons like this to be cut here. So this is what I'm trying to do. So now if I let me push these 2 points a little bit more to be smoother here. Okay, right now we're gonna go to the subdivision, scale them down. And what we want to do is to extrude these segments. So right now we have a low poly model. but we need to have a little bit slightly higher resolution model, which is this one. So let's right click and do connect object without delete. So I have my initial body and I have this new one. And notice that what I did is that I switched the subdivision from 2 to 1 because I don't want higher resolution. I want this one, and I'm going to subdivide it further, but I first need to extract these lines. For anyone who's interested in how I exported these lines, because if I will render wireframe for everything will be the same thickness. But what I did is that I took this one, and this is not necessary. You can just render wireframe and have everything. I took this one, I selected all the edges, and I saved the selection. So I can go back to them. And then after doing that, I selected the top side. And as we see, this is the line that I introduced just in order to have this transition here between these two. And I also I'm gonna save this selection of faces. And then after that, I'm gonna drop the newly produced one level subdivided geometry into another subdivision in order to have it smoother. But the difference now that I have these selections that were not possible initially from the very low poly geometry. So now if we okay, let's be quick. So now if we connect objects, we have a high poly geometry with my low poly edge selection, but they are following the new topology, because take a look at this one without applying the subdivision. This is a selection, but it's segmented and it's low resolution. So I selected them, subdivided in order to have them, but in higher resolution. And I hope it's clear. So now what I did is I extracted these edges, edge to spline here. If we want to see them, those are the edges. And I also splitted this surface. So let's do like what we did before. We take a split. We go back to the original surface and we delete. So now we have the top and we have the body. Let's hide this one and quickly select the naked edge, or let's do UL, try to select. It's selected. I'm gonna press E for scale. I'm gonna hold Control on the keyboard. Notice that there is an icon, means that if now scaled, it will extrude. So I'm extruding this and I'm taking this down as a sort of like the interior side. Again, scale while it's still selected. I'm gonna press Control, scale it down, and let's move it down. And I just don't want it to be very empty. Now, in order to close this one, we're gonna use a nice tool, which is called, the shortcut is MD, which is close polygon hole. And this understand these gaps, and it can close them either by basic, which means that it will just put a surface without any subdivision, or grid. And this is new, and it can try to produce a grid to follow the topology, and that can help in because this shape without the grid as a basic, it will make problems in rendering. So this grid is now not showing, like, it's not super important here, but it could be very helpful in many situations. So now let's select these points here. I'm going to points, or even faces. Let's select faces here. You can easily deselect those by pressing Ctrl on the keyboard. So it's the reverse. By pressing 9, we are going to brush selection. We can live select everything. Then we press Ctrl and we deselect this area here. And now I want to right click and choose flatten. And I want to flat everything. Oh, okay, not everything is selected. Let's select them here and do flatten. This is just to not have an empty area underneath the glass, and you can on your own work on something like interior by just extruding this. If I extruded this, scale and reverse, it's like a dashboard or something, and put something here as a chair. Now I have the top, which is the glass. Notice that this is wrong because it's clashing with the glass. We need to be careful. But let's keep it straight, right? And now for the top, which is the glass, I'm gonna right click, extrude, and scale. Now make sure when you extrude to enable create caps. Otherwise, it will create like this without a cap. So let's do create caps and extrude a little bit. And this will be our glass material. Now, let's go back to our extracted edges and be careful a little bit because this could be heavy. What we are going to do is we are going to do a sweep around these edges in order to make them like a pipe. So sweep works this way. So if we go to this tab here, which is the splines tab, and let's say we selected this circle. Now this is not related to the car, to the hover. And let's select another circle. So this is one, this one I'll call it line, and this one I'll call it section. And I'm gonna click and drop a sweep. So here we are choosing a different approach in Cinema, and you need to have your line and your section underneath the sweep in order to have the pipe. Now be careful because one of them should be on top. Now both of them are the same size. That's why we are not noticing the difference. But if we go to the section, let's say, and scale it down, it is working. So meaning that the section should be on top and lines should be down. So my section for the lines that I'm going to be using on the hover is this one. Let's make it small. It is this section here. So if I go to its attribute, it's still parametric, so I can reduce the number of the segments to maybe 5. That will reduce the overall polygons that will be created around all these edges. Now, let's make the radius around 0.5. And let's replace this line, which is this one, by our lines, which is, I moved them, these lines. First, let's save, because this could be heavy and it might crash sometimes. And let's drop it down. And now you can see that we have these lines following the topology of the mesh. And we can control them by changing the diameter of the section that we got it. One cool thing about the sweep, now let's go back to this, to this one, and put our first line, and let's increase the section. That if we go to sweep, to its parameters, under the object, we can see that we have start growth and end growth. So start growth is 0, end is 100. And if we scale this down, we can see that it's doing an animation starting from the, like along the curve from 0 to 100. And we can do that as well for our lines here. It's not going to be in one line because we have multiple separate lines, but this is how I got these. Might be not so clear in the video, but it's there. This kind of a lines that it's growing on the topology of the mesh. And this could be very cool if you have a complex shape with a clean topology and you want to show off your model. So we're gonna take this one out, put our lines, go back here and change the section to 0.3. As we said, if we put the end growth to 0, and we save this as a animation, the slider at 0, we click here, it's moved to 90 frame, increase it to 100, and click on it again. Now it's saved. Now let's go back and play. You can see that it's now getting, it's like a drawing over the mesh. And it's also very cool if we hide everything and just did it for the lines, as you can see. It's pretty cool. But then you have to spend some time on the animation, in this case, rendering. So that's it for the geometry of this one. I'll turn off the animation. And if you want to remove the key that put for the timing, we hold Ctrl and Shift, and then we click back this diamond, and it will remove it. Let's put it back to 100. And do a quick render to see what we got. Again, what I did is I just started an interactive rendering. And this time I'm gonna choose Corona Sun. And for the sun, I'm gonna do the same settings quickly. Switch to Corona, go to performance setting, turn off motion blur and denoising review. Let's keep the output as it is. In Corona Sun, notice that it's so intense right now. We're gonna scale the intensity down to, let's say, 0.2 or even 0.1. The size, when it comes to sun or any light source, the bigger the size, the softer the shadow. So if we take a look at the shadows that we have here, it's sharp. It's very sharp right now because the size is only 1. But if we crank it up to like 30, you can see that these shadows are starting to get very smooth. So let's keep it at around 30. And right now the sun is using colors from sky, but I want it to be a white color. So let's switch to color and choose white. And what else we can do? We can go to the coordinates and move around the sun to have different shadows. And it's pretty cool to use the sun as a light source. Let's do something like this. Again, if we drop the plane underneath it, it will do some reflection and it will make it, the shadows less darker. So let's keep it like this and go to the material. Again, we're using Corona legacy material for the body of the vehicle. I'm gonna duplicate it by Control and drag. I'm gonna name this the top, which is my glass. I know that it's there. And I just want to use some 50% opacity, or maybe 10. Something like that. With some reflection, turn on the reflection. It's too strong, so we can go to glossiness and reduce it. And this is universal, whether you are using Corona or any render engine. Those are the same parameters. So it's pretty straightforward. And I actually like this render more than mine, to be honest. Maybe we need to update. Anyway, so yeah, let's add another material for the floor. Let's make it a little bit darker by changing the diffuse. Those darker shadows equals sometimes stronger geometry. I don't know. Depends on what you guys like. Let's give some opacity. And we still didn't add any details for the materials. We can go to the initial material, to the legacy one that is for the body, go to diffuse. And instead of using just color, let's click on this arrow here beside texture. Let's use noise. And this is going to be our subject for the next exercise because noises inside cinema is very important. So let's click on noise. And let's go to global scale and choose a very low number just to add some kind of dirt to it, let's say. I don't know if it's showing in the any differences in the render. Sorry, after sharing the screen, but it does. And what else? Let's go to tone mapping. Add some contrast. Let's add some sharpening by removing the blur radius. And of course, we can go to Corona, camera, jump inside the camera and change the focal length to have some aggressive angles. ACES, it's affecting the shadows. So let's scale it down. And in order to lower this burnout on the surfaces, we can just use grain hard highlight compression and crank it up, and that will reduce the burnout. And this is our geometry. It looks cool under the shadows. We can, for each angle or for each camera angle, you can go back to the sun and switch its position to have different reflections and shadows. So it's actually a game of light and shadow in order to show your geometry, because sometimes you have a very cool geometry or model, but once you click render, it looks different. So I would suggest to keep it simple, use very simple materials and play with light and shadows. And I think that's it for this exercise. And you guys let me know if you have any question regarding this one. And yeah, we can take like 5-minute break and jump to the last exercise. We are almost run out of time, but that will be fast. So let's make this put it on render and take a break. Okay, guys, see you in 5 minutes. Hi guys. Right, so let's save and jump to our last exercise. I think we still have only 15 minutes, but we might take a little bit more. Right, so are you guys here? Okay. Okay, great. So our last exercise will be focusing on volumetric modeling inside Cinema 4D. So, and we're going to talk a little bit about the noise shaders, the same noise that we used for our material. We're going to see how it can help us to produce some cool 3D objects. So in order to cover that, first, let's talk a little bit about the noise inside Cinema 4D. So, or let's talk about the volume. So let's drop a box, and now we have a mesh, as we know, and we have some tools over here. So this is the modifiers that we've been using, and this is number 2 is having some volume tools. So we have volume builder and volume measure, and mainly we're gonna use these two. So volume builder is to convert the mesh into voxels. And the voxel is the same as the pixel, but in 3D. And the volume measure is to convert these voxels back to mesh. What does that mean? It means that if we have this cube, let's say, and this sphere right now as a two separate objects, sorry guys, we know that we can right click, connect, and delete, and now we have one object, but it's not connected in any way. Even if we subdivided the cube turning to a sphere, and the sphere is staying as a sphere, and anyway. So let's drop this newly generated shape under the volume builder. And now we can see that we have voxels out of these two objects, but in the center, like inside, it's empty. So we have the shell of this shape right now. And if we drop under the volume measure, we can see that we have one object right now blended together. So if we go inside the volume builder object, we can see that we have the voxel size, and the lower the voxel size, the higher the resolution we have. So if we go down to 5, we can see that we're starting having the exact same shapes. If we go to 1, it's almost the same. But be careful, because now we went 1 in the bigger shapes, it might crash. So better to jump one by one. Let's go back to 9 and see what we have here. We have our object inside the volume builder, and we have some tools. If we click and hold here, we have smooth, this one for thickening these voxels, and this for closing and opening. So we're basically gonna stick to the first two. So smooth is smoothing actually the voxels, which affecting the mesh volume measure as well. So let's take a look at the voxels after using smooth. And this is the mesh that we are getting. Under the volume measure, we have some settings. The most important one is the adaptiveness. And by increasing it, we are having lower resolution mesh or lighter mesh. Now, this is not showing, it's gonna be very handy in our example, in our next example. So let's now go back to the volume builder. Drop a new cube. And put it inside the volume builder. So go to volume builder, we have sign distant field as the volume type, and we have fog. And if we turn off the volume measure, you can see the difference. We're going to talk about the main difference between them that we care about in this case specifically after introducing the noises that we've been working on in 3D. So in order to stay clear, if we dropped a plane, let's increase its segments to something like this. And let's use a normal modifier. I'm gonna hold Shift and go down to displacer. We didn't select the plane, that's why. Let's drop it under the plane. Go inside its parameters, go to shading, and then under shader, we're gonna choose noise. This is the same noise we choose for the material, but now it's reflected in the displacer and it's affecting the geometry. Now, the higher the resolution the plane is, let's do 500 by 500, the more the noise could be represented better in this case. If we go back to the displacer, shading tab, noise, inside the noise, we have its parameters. So let's zoom out, increase the global scale, and let's switch to road shading without lines. And as we can see, the noise size is now represented in the 3D geometry. With different parameters, we can achieve different scale for these noises. We have different type of noise that it could produce different types of topologies. Let's say if we go to this one, or let's go to electric, scale the octaves, and this one is the noise that we have inside the pattern itself. So take a look at this image here, and let's scale it down. And now it's less, it's more clear between the black and white, as you can see. So changing these parameters is changing the black and white in the pattern, which affecting our geometry. And this is not our main subject, but it's cool to cover that by using these type of patterns and by playing with the like cycles of this pattern and the scale, we can have some cool geometries and topologies. I believe for this one, we need to switch the space to 2D UV. Yes. Now we're having this type of patterns that I bet you've seen somewhere. And this could be the wood waves. It could go to CNC machines or whatever. Anyway, we're talking about the noise right now. This noise that we can see here, it's also a 3D noise that can also be applied to the volume builder to produce these type of patterns in 3D. And that's what we see right here. And in order to do that, let's jump to our exercise. It is easy to use your own alpha photos. Yes, but in this case, you are like losing all these parameters that we can see right here. So all these parameters that I have for this pattern, I'm losing in case I'm using my own picture. And this also could be a animated pattern. So this never ends. It's a mathematical representation in black and white. So you can use your alpha photos, but you're going back to the normal displacement in this case without the ability to use all these cool options, because this could be a wood panel, this could be a topology for building, this could be a lot of stuff that you can achieve with these patterns. Those are so yeah, you can as an answer for the question, yes, you can just instead of in the shader, instead of using Cinema 4D noise, you can use a, I believe, load image, and let's say this, and yeah, that's it. This is my sketch, but it's a very bad quality. So yeah, you can use it. Okay, so but the cool thing that these noises are actually inside it's inside Cinema and inside Houdini as well. But I've tried to achieve this in Houdini. It's quite hard to represent Cinema 4D noises. So it's kind of cool, these generated noises that we can see here. This list I'm talking about that came with Cinema 4D. Anyway, so let's jump to our exercise. Our exercise will be applying these techniques in 3D on our initial car shape. So we need to bring back our first car geometry, and let's bring it back from our first exercise. And it should be we should have a backup, I think. This one. So I hope we have the different parts. Oh no, not this one. So I opened both files, and I'm copying from here, Control-C, Control-V here. So this is the initial shape. We have only one problem, is that it should be closed. So let's close it very quickly by selecting these points and welding them. Right, so this is our main geometry, and it's a closed shape. We can right click and connect. So this is a closed mesh that we can easily drop underneath a volume builder. So I'm dropping a volume builder from here and I'm putting the body underneath it. And it converted everything to voxels, but right now the voxel size is 10 and I think it's too big. Let's drop it under a volume measure and see. Yes, it is breaking the shape. We need to go down. So let's go one by one to avoid crashing. And as we can see, moving from, I don't think it's stuck, it's saving. Okay. right? So let's go down one more. Let's do 5, 4. As we can see, we are having more precise geometry based on the voxel size. Now I know that this is so very thin in my render. I don't have these. I have the very basic shape even before going inside with these front and back. But let's see how it will look like with this one. Now, as I mentioned, inside the volume measure, adaptive is very important because adaptive can remove huge amount of polygons while maintaining the resolution by adding more polygons around the edges. So comparing between this one and this one, we might get rid of extra 200 megabyte of the file. And it's could be very light and interactive. So this is very important to keep in mind. If we go too much, we might lose some resolution around the edges, but up until here, it's fine. Now, before doing volume measure, this is not the step we want to take right now. Now we want to introduce the noise or the 3D noise into this volume builder. And how we're going to do that is by going back to these pink icons and choosing the shader fields. So shader field, it's a field, same as the sphere field that we use for our lights, but it can take a shader, which could be noise, and it could be 2D image. In our situation, for a 3D geometry, we need to use the noise shaders that comes inside Cinema 4D, because these are 3D noises, not just a 2D image. So in order to put these noise for the shape, we need to put the shader field inside the volume builder under the attribute manager. So attribute manager object, inside the object, we're gonna drop the shader field. We're gonna click on it and we're gonna switch the creation space from box to object below. In this case, the car body that we have, or any object that we have. So we're gonna switch to object below. And we can see that this noise is affecting the volume builder that we have. Let's put it here anyway, and go back to the noise. Okay, now be careful, it's getting heavy. Keep it outside and drop it here, it's better. But let's have a higher volume size for the sake of changing the noise live. So now, if we go to the global scale and choose something like 1500, we can see that this noise is getting bigger, but it's not cutting through the object. It's only on the surface of these voxels. So if I drop it again under the volume measure, you can see that it's affecting only the outer side. In order to make it cut through the whole object, we need to switch, in this case, to the fog instead of signed distance field. So by switching to fog, and okay, one second, we switch to fog. We switch to object below. There is something wrong here. Right? Shader. Let me check one thing. If we drop under volume builder and switch to fog, one second, guys. Let's try on a cube, then switch to fog. Okay. And then drop our noise. Okay. All right. And then we drop it under a volume measure. Okay, so the issue is that we need to drop it under the volume measure in order to see the effect that we are creating. So going back to our body, sorry guys, we're gonna drop under a volume builder, scale it down, and switch to fog. Then we're gonna drop a shader field. Inside the shader field, we're gonna switch to the shader to noise. We're gonna scale it up, drag it to the volume builder on top of the body, and switch the creation space from box to object below. And then if we drop inside a volume measure, we can see the effect that we are creating. So let's go back to the shader inside the noise and then scale it down. And now we can see what's happening. So this is our noise in 3D. It goes for 2D and 3D shapes. Now by changing the type of these noises, we will get different results. So let's jump to this noise, for example, and start changing the scales. First thing I'm gonna do, I wanna go lower in the octaves because I don't wanna have these type of black and white and like noisy pattern. So let's go down to 1. So now it's more clear. Let's check the global scale, increase it, decrease it, and let's do, I remember I used this noise in my example. So if I go around like 400 and start changing the relative scale. So the global scale is X, Y, Z, changing everything. And the relative scale is X, Y, and Z. I want to keep Z and Y as it is, and I want to change the, in this case, X, because I believe our example is more into the X size. More thing to introduce is to get more repeated cycles of these patterns. And that can be done by increasing the cycles. So let's go up to 3 and see what will happen. And as we can see, starting getting same lines but doubled based on the cycles number. I think we need a higher resolution in this situation in order to see exactly what is going on. Yes, so I'll go down 1 and then go to adaptiveness and increase to 1. And it will try to reduce the number of polygons as discussed in the areas that do not need a lot of polygons to be represented. Let's switch to shading without lines in order to start seeing what we're having. Now, this is a kind of a pure concept. It's like a sketching. It's not really something that considered as as a vehicle. It's just to explore this technique where we can achieve really cool organic shapes that it cannot be modeled by hand. And now let's say this is our result that we want. I'm gonna scale it a little bit down. We're gonna also see how we can produce some usable shapes out of this technique as well. But let's now cover the exercise that we have. We can see that it's now harsh on the edges, and that because initially as well, our mesh is not high resolution, so it's faceted to some extent. So if we subdivide it, the geometry, that will also help us. Now, the issue with this type of work is that it's heavy for the PC, but you just need to be careful. Now notice that when I took it out and put it again under the volume builder, it goes now upper of the shader fill. We need to bring it down. Then apply the mesh. Sure why it's not working. It's a child of the volume builder, which is true. And then I'll go back before I change the subdivision when it was working. I just didn't understand what's going on. Before it was working, and if we go inside the volume builder, nothing changed. Okay, let's try to subdivide it while it's still inside. It's not working now. Now, this is strange. Anyway, I'm not gonna. Let's stick to what we have while it's working, because sometimes with every update, you need to spend some time on the software in order to understand what changed. This was not happening before. Another way to get rid of these harsh contour lines, let's say, is by going to the volume builder and using fog smooth. That will do should smooth as it did with the sign distance field. And we need to put it on top of everything, I think. But let's see why it's not working. Let's increase the iterations. And yeah, now it's working. So because we're having a very high resolution voxel size, it was not showing. Oh no, actually, even with one iteration, it's working. We just need to disable and enable it. Let's switch back to rotating, and now we can see how we're having these kind of smooth geometry. Now we're having these problems here because, as we discussed, initially we should not have these here. It should pop out in order to have the same effect here. Notice that we have a kind of a interior space, and in order to do that, we need to, now we're not gonna model a very precise space. We're just gonna introduce the technique. And in order to do that, we need to add a geometry. And it could be inside as an interior vessel. We need to add it in a volume builder. Now we can just drop it. We can try to drop it inside the volume builder immediately like this on top of the body that we have. And we're gonna choose subtract in this case and see if it will work. As expected, it's not. So let's do it the right way. We need to put this object inside a volume builder. We need to match the specification of this volume builder. Let's call it 1. Let's call this one -2. This is a subtraction. We need to have the same volume size, voxel size, which is 1 in this case. This one is fog. This one should be fog as well. And before feeding this one directly to the volume builder, we gonna feed those 2 volume builders in a new one. Again, we're gonna switch to fog and choose 1. And inside the new one, we're gonna add these 2. We're gonna put them as a child of this volume builder. So we have 1, which is our shape. We have -2, which is the subtraction. And we're gonna use subtraction here. And then we're gonna drop this one underneath a volume measure. And that didn't, okay. It's working in reverse. I don't know why that is happening. All right, so let's see. We need to subtract 2 from 1. So under this one, we're gonna drop 1. And we're gonna drop 2. And we're gonna do Let's do it in reverse. Put number 2, then oh, it's stuck. Then number 1 on top of it. Let's put this one as a subtraction. And it's still not working. That is very weird. This is not going as expected. Okay, let's do it again carefully. So we have our initial surface, initial geometry with a shader field affecting it. And we just need to subtract the geometry from this volume. Guys, it's I don't know what's happening right now. Specifically, it's very, very, very simple, but okay, let's go back to this one. Let's draw this volume in this case. Okay, it won't work. Maybe. Yes, it won't work because, okay, it will not work because we are working with fog. So I think the issue is, instead of applying it while we are working with fog, and I'm really sorry, guys, hope this will work. We need to switch this mesh to a new volume measure, but in this time signed distance field. And then let's scale it down, and hopefully inside the signed distance field we can drop our object as discussed, and it should work, hopefully. So now we have different options. We have union and subtract, and yeah, as we can see, it's now working. So the issue is that we were trying to do that with fog and it won't work. So we need to do our noise shader inside the fog. But when we want to do the subtraction, the geometry from the volume, we need to switch this mesh back to signed distance field voxels, and we can then drop any geometry, and it could be a vessel inside or an interior space of this vehicle that can be subtracted from this geometry. And as we can see, it can be inside. So what I did in the exercise is that let's try to produce some, I'll drag this out, and let's try to do a quick try. So now if we want to do a symmetrical selection, we can, I think, activate this tool right here. And this is different from the modifier. And we can switch the plane, in this case, the Z. And since we have a symmetrical object, we can now select on both sides. But this is helpful in this situation, but it won't be super helpful in the modeling. Could be good for modeling the maybe human face or something like that. So I'm trying right now just to get an approximate shape, feed it to the subdivision that can follow our topology. Let's get rid of all of this. Let's have only this surface. Let's turn this off. Select all the faces and let's extrude it down. Let's use the extrude tool and click on create caps in order to have our geometry. And then let's select the object, push it down, and give a small space here. And then now, after having our mesh, we feed it back into a volume builder with a sign distant field. And now we can call this one interior and drop it back on top of this one. And instead of union, we're going to use subtract, and we're going to hide it from the viewport and the render. And we now have what we can see here as a thin layer of the same shape. And then we can add another layer of smoothness in order to make sure it's not showing the cut. But let's decrease it to 50. I'm going to increase the voxel size, sorry, the resolution by reducing the voxel size. This is taking time if we take a look here, but it will give us a very smooth and clean shape. Now we need to switch back to a mesh by dropping this volume builder under another volume mesher. And this time it's super heavy. So let's go back to the volume mesher, adaptiveness, and increase something like 10, maybe more. And now we have it. This is still procedural. We can change the noise and it will change everything. But be careful because there's many steps to be applied in order to get the final result, because we can switch between different type of noises. Let's try. I'm going to save. And try to just switch the noise type and wait. And that should give me a new shape. Yes, as we can see. This one looks cool. I wish we just had this one done properly. Anyway, this is the technique. Now, there is a way to remesh these and get a clean topology, but it might crash in this case. We're gonna do a small example here. So let's turn off all these stuff. And I'm gonna put all of these in a group. I'm gonna call it 1. Yeah, we're exactly going towards that question. So we keep it like this as it looks a little bit cool. So now to have it symmetrical, we will. Okay, so as I mentioned, this is a very heavy, it's considered very heavy mesh to apply. Okay, the symmetrical thing we are talking about. So before I'll do that, I'm gonna go to the noise and I'm gonna increase the scale much more to have less details. So let's increase the scale to something like 3000. And no, this is too bad. Let's put 1000. Let's say this one for now. I'll go to the volume measure and I'll increase the adaptiveness a little bit more. Hopefully it will reduce more polygons. Okay, and now I need this as a mesh object. So I'm gonna do connect object, and that will give me this mesh. So let's turn this off. Let's hide this one. And now I have this as a mesh. So inside Cinema 4D, it's a little bit tricky. If we are talking Houdini, it's much easier. We can just cut and mirror. But in this case, there is a technique to apply the noise symmetrical. We can't mirror the noise inside Cinema. So instead of that, we need to mirror the mesh. And in order to do that, there's a nice way where we can have proper topology, and we can have symmetrical meshes, and that by applying the remesh modifier. And this one came new after Maxon got the Z brush, and now we have the Z remesher inside Cinema 4D, which is super powerful to produce polygon meshes. So before I'll drop this, because it might take a little bit of time, I'm gonna reduce the mesh density to 50%. I'll keep let's crank the adaptiveness up so it will try to follow the topology. And let's drop our mesh underneath and wait a little bit. Okay, so now we got it remeshed, and as we can see, now the new mesh is trying to follow the topology of the, let's say, procedurally generated mesh, which is very cool because we can even go lower. And after all these, let's say, unclean mesh or dirty edges, we're having some cool edges that we can actually apply some patterns on it. And inside the remesher, we have a option for the symmetry. So I think on the Z again, we can click symmetry, and that will do the symmetry for us and give us identical mesh on both ways. And now this particular shape is not helping us a lot, but we can get to have some really cool things by trying different iterations of these procedurally generated geometry. So if we just switch the pattern and did the now these things take a little bit of time. Let's try to do our initial mesh. I was a little bit afraid that it's so heavy, but let's try. It is so heavy. Okay, let's connect object, take the mesh, disable this, highlight, and try to drop underneath the remesh. Let's wait a little bit. And here we go. It is noisy. Needs like going back and forth to the noise, but it can produce some really cool results if we spend some time on it. Plus, this is, I would say, 70% proper topology that could be used for different stuff. You can even extract the wireframe. Let's try to go down in the mesh density and see what it can give us. Yeah, it can really give us some really clean meshes. Thanks to ZBrush in this case. So I hope this answered the question. It's a matter of spending some time on the noise patterns. I'm gonna stick to this one, the one that has no symmetry. And let's do a quick render to thumbs up our webinar today. Thanks, John. So let's move to 800 and see our geometry under the sunlight. Again, one color, larger size, lower intensity, and quick change here. Plus some contrast. Sharpening. And let's add an LUT. Some cool effects. And for the materials, for this exercise, if you notice, if someone's interested in having this type of material, this is by using Corona skin material. So if we drop this material here, this is a SSS material, subsurface scattering, and by changing the skin color to, let's put it a little bit gray, and those are available in every render engine. Now, by playing by these colors, this is the scattering colors, you can start seeing this one, guys, it's glitching too much today. Be careful anyway with this type of geometries and workflow because it's so heavy. But I think it's glitching because there's some driver installation missing or something wrong with my PC. Give me 1 second.
Hello. Hey.
Hi, Mike.
Hey. Are
Hey.
you done with your rendering there?
It got stuck. I reopened the model, but yeah, I think we've covered everything. I can still share if you guys interested, but yeah, I think it's there. I just wanted to cover the subsurface scattering materials that allow us to get these cool materials. So again, let's just have a so by applying the, in this case, skin material, changing the skin color to something like gray, and playing with the subsurface layers, we can start them. It's not so obvious here, but also the radius scale, right? So now we can start see that effect. So when the sun hits from the other, from one side, it will pass through and give us some effect in the other side, like what happened if we put a light in our finger and it will look red from the other side. Well, this is basically the effect we are reflecting. Yeah, I will just add the sharpen here. And let's lower the sun. It needs some tweaks, and you can start see the effect. And yeah, I think that's it for me, Mike.
Yep.
Hope you guys enjoyed. And again, sorry if it was so fast. I think it was fast in the second exercise, but
It was great. Thank you so much for the awesome webinar. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it. And they'll be recording afterwards for people to go back to. So I don't think the speed is an issue. Better to show the content. And thank you for your time on this weekend.
no worries. Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here, Mike. And yeah, I was super excited for this one, and I really hope that it kind of like gives some new inspirations or techniques to be applied to different stuff, not just only this one.
Yeah, and if you come up with something cool, post it, tag Ayoub, and I'm sure he'll love to see it. And if any of you are joining us on tomorrow's webinar, we'll see you there. And I think for now we'll end it for today.
Sure.
Yeah. See you.
See you guys. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
everybody.